Hello everyone and welcome back for some Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration. And yes, it is a Wednesday, but real life has sort of done funny things to me this week, so all the schedules have been moved around a little bit. So thank you for joining me. Last time, what was I doing last time? Yes, last time we were thinking about Naquium. So I built up. Did I build this spaceship last week or the week before? I don't remember, but either way. I flew way out to this place called Realm of Shadows and set up this Naquitite mine. And there's facilities here that are digging up ice, turning it into water, making sulfuric acid from the sulfur and iron that we may or may not have here, and allowing it to be mined. We've then got this array of warehouses to store it, and then this new ship which will fly out here, pick all the stuff, pick all the Naquitite up, and fly it all back to Norvis orbit. Hey, Octavoid, welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. So let's see what do I want to do first. So there are a number of things that need to be done here. One top of the list probably is finishing off all of the belting around here. So that needs to be sorted out. So perhaps I should just get my spaceship flying out here to get that to start working on that. Except there is another thing I want to work on first, and that is that I've noticed that what is it? Pack for science? Yes, it is pack. The first science pack requires first science catalogs, but rather requires interstellar void probe data. And I think this probably means that I need to launch interstellar void probes from here. So I think that might be a thing that's worth looking into first. So I'm going to have a look at that. However, first, I want to ask everyone a quick favour. Now, I see that there are quite a few, well, there are a few people watching on YouTube so far. I'm trying to sort of switch gradually over to, I'm trying to sort of promote my Twitch channel a little bit at the moment. So if you're watching on YouTube and you can go over and watch on Twitch, please do so. I'm going to carry on streaming on YouTube anyway, so you're welcome to carry on watching here as well, or instead, or yeah, you're welcome to watch both if you want. I certainly won't complain. But if you can watch on Twitch, that would be much appreciated. And I see that I've got 3 people over there already, so thank you to those 3. And yeah, anyone else who can join them, that would be great. So thank you. Right, so let's have a look. Where am I? I'm over here. Yes. So this is the place where I built up a landing point for the Naquitite shuttle, the one that's flying all the way out to deep space. And so that's here. We'll load up on iron and sulfur and water as much as needed, and we'll unload the Naquitite that has been mined here, and then the Naquitite will flow onto this ship that can then fly down onto Tulip and unload there, at which point it can then sort of start just passing all of the stuff out to be processed over there. And I built up a processing facility that I'm pretty sure all of this is going to be far too low quantity for everything I want to do, because Naquitite ore and thingies, ingots, whatever they're called, the bars only stack up to 10. So we're not really going to be able to transport that much around. Another problem I've realized I'm going to have is that this ship is going to get out there with a full warehouse of the Naquitite, and then on Tulip, which is a moon, and is that moon in fact, we're then going to run through the processing steps here, and we've got all these productivity modules in, which means we're going to be getting out about 2.8 times as much naquium as we're putting in naquitite, and that means that for each warehouse we bring down, we're going to be wanting to take about 3 of them back again. So what I'm going to need to do basically is tell this ship to take off when it gets up to a third of a bit more than a third of a ship's worth of naquitite, which is a little bit peculiar, but never mind. It's also completely wrongly programmed at the moment because I haven't even got to this stage yet. Right, so first thing to think about is the interstellar probe things. That's what the interstellar void probes. So they take uranium fuel cells, rocket control units, solid rocket fuel, nanomaterial, that's a new one, blank data cards, and laser turrets is also a new one. I'm thinking compared to what we've already got over here, which is mostly the same stuff. Let's get that back up again. In that it's the uranium fuel cells which we've got over here, it's rocket control units, it's solid rocket fuel, and data cards, but also we need nanomaterials and laser turrets. So that's not ideal over here, but I think what I probably want to do is build them over here somewhere in order to allow me to fly them up and just drop them into this spaceship when it turns up. So I think, let's see. I'm going to do this. I'm going to need to. Oh dear, I'm going to need to bring in all kinds of ridiculous, all kinds of things. Grown. Oh, this is jammed up as well. Why have we got more than a warehouse worth of these things? That's crazy. Is this not wired in? No, it is wired in. Because I'm getting, yeah, you can see the cable going into it there. Am I ordering more than 5,000 of them? I mean, it's possible. Please excuse me while I yak shave for a moment. No, I'm only asking for 1,000 of them. Why has it brought so many? I don't understand. I'm sure I had a good reason for it at the time, but especially as I've... Oh, that way. And you, and you, and you, and you. Right. Okay, so we'll do that, and then we'll dump them all into here. So that's at least disclogged this thing. And let's just do that to get that to stop. Right. Okay. So that has tidied that up for now. In fact, if I put them back again now, no, I won't put them back again now because there's still some more of them flowing out from there. Right. So what's the best way to do this? I think this is going to be something that's going to be in a sufficiently small quantities that I can feel only slightly dirty about doing it with what do you call it, with logistics systems. And I'm going to apart from the belts, those are needed in enormous quantities, aren't they? Let's have another, not belts, data cards, and the rocket fuel actually that's needed in quite large quantities as well. But everything's needed in fairly large quantities. Hey Mark, welcome. Thanks for using Twitch. It's good to try. As I said, I'm trying to nudge people over that way a little bit because it's well, I think I've sort of expanded on YouTube about as much as I reasonably can for the time being. So I thought a good way to try and expand the channel a bit further would be to try and expand on Twitch a little bit. So I'm gonna see how that goes, and a little bit of cautious optimism with that, and we'll see. Maybe I can be famous on. Maybe I can be practically an unknown on both channels at the same time. Right. So let's put in some what do you call it over here. Like that, and then I can put in then I can put in a manufactory to make the probes stop floating off into space. So put that there, punk, and I'm going to have a red chest for it to unload into, and then one of them, and then I suppose I'll have a blue chest for it to get stocked up from. Oh, okay. Right, I suppose if there are reasons where that make YouTube better, then I wouldn't object too much to you using it for those. It's sort of let's have a play around, see if these things, see if this if it works better this way. Because I know some people don't seem to like what do you call it, YouTube very much. So I thought it was worth trying, worth them sort of investigating the alternatives. 20 of those as well. Where they're going to be in here, I imagine. Yep, that one. Laser turrets, rocket fuel. Laser turrets, laser turrets. Just have 20 of everything except rocket fuel. We need more of the rocket fuel, which is going to be tucked away here. Yes, there it is. 100 of that. Yeah, so all of these things can be brought. It's not impossible. I'm a little bit reliant on the logistics bots though, which is a bit of a shame. Oh well, perfect then. You can. I mean, you're welcome to neglect both channels at the same time if you want, or both streams, or whatever we want to describe it as. Right, I want that to be if less than 5, I think. Oh well, actually, that needs to be a. Oh no, red box is okay there. It's the one on the spaceship that needs to be a green box. Okay. So that's that. And then I need to bring up by train. I need the data cards because I'm not bringing 1,000 over, or 5,000 actually by the time we've got all of them. So let's see. This is going. Oh, actually, I've got a drop-off station here. That's perfect. I can use this one. I can say I would also like to have some data cards, please, like so, and then program these up to unload the data cards when the train arrives. Where is it? There it is. And then appear like this. And a wide bit there to get it across. Oh wait, that won't work. It needs to be on an underground bit for the other ones, like that. Have I not? No, I haven't put in enough for that. I need a little bit more of the scaffolding over here, like so. I can wind this up like this. There we go. Okay, so that I mean, I say it should summon some should summon these data cards. It's not. Presumably that means I've run out of them. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, there's only like 1,000 over here. Okay, well, by the time I get back, that'll probably be ready. And so we'll have the no, that's going to need to be a fast one. Fast one like that. And in fact, you might as well be a fast one as well. Right, so that'll build up those probes I need, and then in exactly the same way that I've been doing over here, when the big spaceship arrives, I'll have a buffer chest on it that's going to require. Oh crap! It's going to need rockets as well, probe rockets as well. I don't want to start building probe rockets over there as well. Is there any reason this spaceship has to land here? No, except that I've already built all this stuff up over here. All we're getting over here, yeah. This doesn't need to be here, except that I've already built. Oh, this one needs the rocket fuel. That's annoying. I could bring the Naquitite all over here by train, but that'd be such a slow process. That's a bad idea. I don't want to do that. The probe rockets are over here. I mean, I could bring probe rockets from here by train over to the other side. There's only, I mean, they're not very big. I could, um, oh, true. I could, yeah. Yeah, so I could make the rocket fuel over here to refuel the rocket, but it's being made a bit less efficiently though, because over here it's being made from oil, which I'm kind of short of. Whereas over on the other side, it's being made of but out of the oil from Asalia, which I have loads of. I think what I'm going to do for now, while I think about how to do it properly or in a way that doesn't suck quite so much, is I'm going to fly over here. I'm going to grab those 20 and I'm going to bring them back, and that's going to be enough for like four. That's going to be enough for 20,000 data cards, I think, which is a lot of data cards. So it's going to be a while until I have to think up a better way of doing things. And by then, the design of the base might have changed quite significantly, knowing what I'm like. So grab those. I seem to have got 21, but never mind. I'm quite glad I didn't get over there and find I had no space in my inventory for those, to be honest. It's the sort of thing that I could see me doing. Right, and then over here, I can shove them. I can shove them in the same red chest actually down here. I've just landed in the middle of that what's name machine, but assembly machine. There we go. Yeah, that'll do. Once these come through, that should be fine. At the other end, right, let's have a quick look at the Kaleidos orbit. I don't think I need very much for this. It's going to be this design again. So I need to make sure I have one of a Roboport, which I do, a couple of blue chests, and a space probe rocket silo, and a warehouse, and sundries, including a clamp. So that's not going to be too difficult. So I've got the Roboports. I think yes, I've got 10 Roboports. I've got clamps. Yes, I've got the clamps, and got the underground belt. I've got some requester chests. I've got, what was the other thing? Warehouses. Yeah, I've got warehouse. So the only thing I need, I think, is the probe rocket silo launch words. I don't know. Is that around here somewhere? Let's accept that I'm going to get given a lot of stuff I don't really want in exchange for being given the stuff that I actually do want. Lots and lots of this space scaffolding. Right, what I specifically want is the rocket probe launch silo. That's that one? Rocket silo, one of those, please. Yes, I am being brought it. Excellent. Got it. So let's remove it from there before I end up with another one. Right. I'm being bleh. Okay, so that's everything I need to do the building over at the other end, I think. Let's have a quick look at Realm of Shadows again, just to be sure there's right. So there's need a bit of the ground stuff, scaffolding, which I've got loads of now. Hey Mike, welcome to Twitch, or welcome to my Twitch specifically. I know you've been on here before yourself. So yeah, I've got the scaffolding, I've got the belts. Have I got lots of the inserters? That's the only question. That's the only thing that I'm likely to be missing, I think. And then hopefully I'll be able to just drop in, drop out, and I'll have and this ship will just have everything it needs to do a full set. Spaceship wall is a good shout, actually. Yes, let's grab some of that. I shouldn't need any. Emphasis on shouldn't, because I've added, yeah, 4 pieces of it. Probably going to be enough. Maybe 6. I shouldn't need any because I've put shields on the front of my spaceship now, and that means it should be nice and tough. But yes, I'm aware I'm putting quite a lot of trust in the word should there, so let's not assume. Right. Oh yeah, I was going to check. I've got plenty of yeah, I've got plenty of inserters. Ridiculous number of splitters actually. Let's get rid of some of those. And a lot of undies, and some Norvian belts. Let's get rid of those as well. That's yeah, that all feels a bit more sensible. I've got some trains in my pockets as well. That seems a bit unnecessary, but never mind. Let's leave them for now. Okay, this is going to take a long time, so let's get going now. We want to head out to um, Ring of Shadow, Realm of Shadows, that one. So let's get the ship going. We're still at 9,700 degrees C, so plenty of energy there. Let's go, go, go. Let's make it go really, really fast because I've got shields on the front and see how that goes. Although I have got it a bit slower for when we're in asteroid belts, so we'll see if that helps the damage prevention and reduction and other stuff. Yeah, the lasers are just about managing. The shields haven't taken any blows yet. Ooh, that was very, very close. I'm expecting the shields to take occasional blows, but for the shields to basically deal with nearly, for the lasers to deal with nearly everything, but the shields to take occasional minor impacts. Like I was going to say like that, and then it didn't. So we got up to nearly full speed. Ooh, yep, okay, the shield down there took a hit, but that's fine. The shields repair themselves, as you can see down there. This one's taken a hit as well. But basically, we seem to be mostly okay. There's yeah, well, probably yeah, they probably would miss the ship. I don't know quite how much of an angle the rocks are capable of coming in by, but you're thinking maybe I should move the shields in a square or two in order to get that little extra bit of uncoverage. I mean, you might be right, but it seems that the shields take damage. Yeah, the shields are only taking damage to this section. They seem to be made up of 3 sections that have their own health bar. Each one has its own health bar. So I think even if this one does get destroyed, it doesn't matter. It's just a slight waste of power. At least that's how I'm going to assume it probably works. I notice the speed is dropping quite a lot, and we're getting occasional no power flashes happening on the engines. Oh, okay. Right, that makes sense. Um, so these are ticking over nicely. This is, yeah, it's full of steam. It's condensed. Yeah, I think this is probably okay. This is definitely okay. I think we're all right. We're getting, yeah, most of the energy's coming from this. So some coming from this as well, but there are these drops in the. So someone was saying in chat a week or two ago that you need more than one condensing boiler on the output of these things in order to use up all the steam, and I'm wondering if they were right. Is this getting over? Yeah, this is potentially getting over full. So is this running flat out? Max consumption 80 per second. Max. Um, this doesn't seem to be running quite as quickly as it should. I mean, that is definitely not using up 80 per second. So I think, um, oh yes, your output full. How can the output be full? This is quite simply put not full. I'm not sure I understand, but I might have. Hmm. That feels odd, but I guess it's the old thing where Factorio doesn't differentiate properly between different types of steam power. So I can't prioritize this one over that one. Um, Short of putting in lots and lots of switches in a very, very small space. And I don't think this is capable of providing enough power for the ship anyway, which is probably why in these dips the engines are cutting out. But you know what? I think the average speed we're getting along here is still pretty good. I think I'm going to leave that for now and not worry about it too much. Um, and just, yeah, kind of hope for the best. Because there are things in Norvis orbit. Is that three little for one, the big one's running flat out, or is it only if it's running at? I suppose the proportions will be the same either way. That's a little bit frustrating. I guess I'll have to do some redesign work at some point. But I've got 10 minutes to kill anyway, so let's. So I want to have a look at Norvis orbit, where there have been some supply problems, should we say? So planet orbit, Norvis orbit, this one. So at the moment I've got a massive shortage going on of the chemical gel. It's being made pretty quickly. Well, it was being made pretty quickly. What are you short of? Petroleum gas. Okay. And we've got, so what we're doing over here is we are turning this methane ice into oil and then using the heavy oil recipe. Yes, that's some good English there. We're using the recipe that produces more heavy oil than the others, because we didn't have enough heavy oil earlier for making the lube, for making the chemical gel. So I thought better to go this way and then crack it as necessary. And so anything over 15k in here, I'm cracking. And then anytime this has more than this, I'm also cracking it. Um, and so because that's pegged at 15k and these are pegged at basically empty, we know that the system is running as fast as it can on the amount of ice that we're getting out of this station, out of this train here. Um, and it doesn't seem to be enough. I'm a bit. This process had stopped for quite a long time before I realised. So I'm hoping that this is going to carry on, sorry, that this is going to sort of to fill up all of the buffers around the base, because there are so many places that require the chemical gel. There's the place where I'm making the mirrors up, down, here. Yes, this one. I think this chemical gel is one of the ingredients going in here. Then it's required for energy science. So I just saw some going in here a little while ago that I was hoping was going to go off to biological. Here, in fact. So we've got a decent amount over here. Then biological sciences require it as well. So it should be being brought here, but it isn't because we've run out. So yeah, uh, we need. I need this to run faster until we've got caught up on everywhere's caught up with the chemical gel, and then I'm hoping that that's going to be sufficient to keep everything happy. I don't know if it is, but I'm just kind of cautiously hoping. So, but we shall see. I mean, these machines are running basically as fast as they can, given the supply of methane ice that's coming in. I could speed this up by unloading into more chests and having another belt coming down here, and or just having more of these inserters putting onto the same belt. In fact, um, but these machines are all running. Obviously, I could put more of them in if I wanted to, but yeah, this is currently limited by this rate, which isn't is reasonable. And over here we've still got 419, 131. So there's about 500, almost 550,000 left. So that's going fairly well. Yes, there is always yak shaving in this game. Always yak shaving. Using a biochem lab to turn the steam into water is a good shout. Actually, I presume that's a lot quicker. And it won't. Yeah, it's not going to need. It's not going to get stuck on needing to dump power. So yeah, that's not a bad idea. As you say, the power isn't really a problem. It's just dealing with that steam to keep the system running. A concern. Right. So that's that problem, and I'm hoping that in time it will just fix itself. I see there's an oil shortage on Norvis as well. Great. That's probably going to cause me some plastic issues. There's a shortage of blank data cards still. Been mentioned twice. Uranium uranium shortage on Norvis. Chemical gel we know about. There's a plastic shortage up here as well still. Have we still not had another rocket up with more plastic on it? I mean, presumably not, otherwise I wouldn't be looking for it and going, what? So that's a shortage as well. Okay, I might need to go down and spend some time on Norvis at some point soon, just to tidy things up and make it work again. Here we go, here's plastic, and then no, there isn't any. So down on Norvis, uh, we have a shortage of plastic, probably because we have a shortage of oil. Where's that? And that's over here. So we're feeding coal in quite happily. We've got actually plastics flowing out at a decent rate. But we are, yes, indeed, very, very short of oil. So presumably most of this plastic is being made from the supply of coal, and we don't have an enormous amount of coal either. So there's a lot of problems there with that. Over here we should have a plastic rocket. We do. What is going on? What's going on with that? This is plastic, isn't it? Yes. Right. So you got. Why are you not making a rocket? Because you haven't been brought a capsule. It's right there. See, there it is. Why are you not inserting? Oh, right. Okay. That should actually be if capsule. Where's rocket capsule? It's in here, isn't it? Yes, there we go. Space capsule equals 0. There we go. My fault. I mean, technically everything is my fault because it's my game. So, but yeah, I see the problem there. I probably came in and I copied the setting that stops it loading until the rocket's been made into all of the inserters, and then accidentally that one as well. So this will now fill up. It'll take a while, but it will fill up, and then this rocket will launch, and we'll have plastic in space again. So that's a good start there. How are we getting on? Halfway. So that's going to sort that problem. I wonder if that's linked to any of the other problems that we're having. I don't think it is. Material testing packs. Why is there a shortage of those? Those. Oh, I was making some here, which I've stopped. Oh, which has stopped because there's a shortage of plastic. Okay, so that's the plastic problem. I didn't realise. Oh, there's one other science thing that uses these, isn't there? Forget about that. But okay, so that's. I feel like most of my problems are now gated behind this chemical gel. So once we'll just leave that ticking over, and hopefully we'll get enough chemical gel that things will start working again. Still 3.5 minutes. Right. So what's on my to-do list for today? So another thing I want to do is to head out to Calidus orbit and build up another solar beam power thing. Chat last week was saying, hey, you should make tens and 20s of gigawatts of worth of power out there, and you're probably not wrong. However, it seems a little bit overkill for the time being. I mean, we've got at the moment we're using I've got a 3 gigawatt and a 1 gigawatt for charging up for powering Norvis and Myokin. Um, Outposts like Tulip is another good one where I should probably put in a power system there that's based on beam power. So that's another 1 gigawatt one because I don't think it's going to need more than that. Then maybe um, another one to charge ships up, and I would probably want that to be fairly powerful. So maybe if that should be another 3 gigawatt one, in order to charge them up quickly. But so that's that. Deep space, setting up cargo infrastructure. That's what I'm doing at the moment. Tulip Knack ship. That's the next thing to do. That no such thing as overkill. Only open fire and time to reload is a schlock mercenaryism. It's one of the 77 habits of highly effective mercenaries. Uh, if you haven't read that webcomic, I do recommend it. It starts off a little bit. It sort of improves as it goes on. He recommends starting about. There's a point he recommends starting at when he sort of started taking it a bit more seriously, and it's a good place to go. Um, So we've got the I need to keep an eye on the levels of iron and sulfur because I'm shipping out, not in this ship, in the other ship. I'm shipping out an amount that I estimate is probably going to be about right. But if it starts building up excessively in the spaceship, sorry, in the warehouses on the outpost, or underbuilds, then I'm going to need to change that. Deal with that. Coal on Norvis, right? Okay, yeah. There's coal is being used up in enormous quantities to make the plastic, so I need to make sure I've got enough of it being dug up or made from what do we call it, from the core mining. I also have far too much stone, and someone's pointed out that you can use stone for matter fabrication. So maybe I'll start turning stone into copper or iron or whatever I'm short of. We'll see what I can do about that. Um, Rocket vulcanite from Norvis. Am I not already? Maybe I'm not already doing that. That's something I need to look at. Oh, uranium, even better. Well done. Yes, good point, Tristan. Thank you. Um, oh yes, I'm going to set up alarm systems on all the planets to tell me when there's when there's insufficient. Let's edit this and put uranium on there since you both reminded me so happily. I mean, helpfully. Well, happily as well, to be honest. I think you're happy to remind me. Power systems is probably a good idea. Oh yes, I'm going around upgrading all the outposts to use beam power so I can wean myself off nuclear, especially for the ones where it's being fired out by delivery cannon, because that's using up the uranium or uranium that's being dug up on Norvis, and that's valuable. Okay, so that's yes, lots to do, lots to do. Um, are we nearly there yet? Nearly there. I mean, a minute is sort of nearly there. Oh, I've fallen out of the spaceship. Don't do that. It's okay. It's only moving at 160, 120, 130. Fortunately, it seems to take a bubble of space with it, so it didn't actually matter. Yeah, I'm very happy with how these shields have worked. It seems to be defending everything quite nicely. I still need quite a lot of uranium for making the satellites, and quite a lot of the science packs use uranium as well. So I think even with beam power everywhere, I think I'm still going to want to. I'm still going to have a bit of potentially a uranium shortage. I guess I'll go along and try and get a feel for what we're shortest of. I can I can look at Norvis and no here and check out where are they? These stations. And any of these that have more than a train load in them, they are making more than enough. Um, So, for example, oil's at 200,000. Is that enough for a train? 50, 100, 150. Yes, it is. Why is it complaining about oil when there's all this here? Oh well, I don't know. This is at 19,000, so that's less than a train. Less than a train. Only about a train. Okay. About a train. Oh, but one's just arriving. Okay. Less than a train. Right, so less than a train. So all of these are currently not coming out in sufficient quantities that I've got an excess of it. But then that's probably because we seem to have run out of core mining, ships doing the core mining, or or you know what I mean. Right, anchor, not on top of that spaceship. That would be bad. Let's park it. Yeah, over here will do. Bloop. Okay, so, oop, don't fly into the spaceship, that's bad. Start putting this stuff down. Pick up a load of nonsense as well, apparently. Right, and then I need to have a belt going up here as well, like that, and across here. And then we have the other side of this underground belt there. And now it unloads. Boosh. Happy, happy. Oh yeah, we need all these belts in here for loading up this stuff the other way. Right. And then I need to put in a green. Oh crap! I didn't bring a green buffer chest with me. That's annoying. I'll have to do that when we get back again. But in theory, if I build up everything else, that means I don't have to come back here like ever. So over here, let's put it on the other side of this ship, so we're not interfering with the with anywhere where the Naquium stuff is going. So is there a space in there? Let's put one of these in as a placeholder. Yes, there's a gap there that I can put that chest in. Then I can put down a roboport here. Give it. Of course, I didn't bring any logistics bots with me. That's the thing I forgot. Um, I don't suppose no, there isn't anything else there isn't anything else botty around here. Oh, that's annoying. I am going to have to come back then with the logistics bots or send a Spidertron. Okay, so we have a request chest here that says I would like the I would like I'm looking in the wrong place. It's in science. I would like these things, and I would like 5 of them. And I would like to request from buffer chests, and I would like. Where are the probe rockets? Those I would like 5 of as well, please. And then I know I brought it. Where is it? Why can't I find my um 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 uh probe rocket launch thing? It must be here somewhere. I know. As I say, I know I grabbed one. There it is. So that goes there. Thunk. And that goes there. And then um I need somewhere to put them all as well. So let's not put that there. Let's put that in there. How many? How high do these things stack? Let's have a look on Norvis Orbit, because each of these is going to produce 1,000 of them. And then they're going to. So I want to. Do they stack to? They probably stack to 100. Oh, they stack to 50. So I'm potentially going to have 5,000 of them. So that's 2.5 chests worth. Right. So I'm going to need to add more storage to this. Chests aren't really going to be enough. And there isn't room for anything bigger here. Or here. I could put up. Actually, I could put a strong box up here. Storehouse. No, it's too big. I haven't got any of the bits I need for this. I didn't plan this quite as well as I thought I had. I thought, yeah, let's use this. In fact, actually, let's send this out with a single one at a time, and then we can just dump it into a chest, a single chest here. Um, I don't have a way of unloading this. I'm probably going to have to put it round here because there's a bit more space here for me to put the chest in so that I can have it, so I can load and unload it. So we're going to need to have a belt coming in like that and a belt going out like that. I'm going to have to move this, but if I move it, then it's not going to power the engine, so I can't do that unless I put in extra ones. I could put one. That is the only place where it will power the lasers at the top and the engine at the bottom. So I can't move. I can't move that, but I can move that, and then I can have. Yeah, if we use a strong box up there instead of a how much storage do we get in one of those? 96. Yeah, that's reasonable actually. So we stick strong box in there, then we can load it and unload it, like this, and then we'll have and that'll be enough to bring the do that, rotate that, and down here we'll have 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we'll have a belt go around the bottom of the ship. Now, what I probably should have done is put the launch pad over here just to shorten the belts up a little bit, but this will do. Right. So we put the strong box in here. That'll store some of sort of. I'll take this down to three. So let's see, if it's 50, that means 20 stacks per rocket launch. So 2 rocket launches will fill a chest. 4 rocket launches will nearly fill a strong box. Yeah, so we'll drop this down to 4. 4 that it brings out each time it runs. And then it'll be okay, I think. Right, why is this not? Oh, there's no power over here. That's going to link off that. Right, okay, put that there. There we go. These are not programmed, that's why. You guys are, you guys are doing sulfur. Right, there we go. Now we have acid, and if we have acid, that means we will have naquitite. If we have naquitite, we'll eventually we'll start to fill these warehouses up, and if we start to fill the warehouses up, we can start to fill the spaceship up. This will carry on unloading there until it's all gone, until this is empty, and then we can fill that up as well. I've not programmed anything around here, apparently. There we go. It's not coming out particularly quickly, but c'est la vie. I think my plans for the future are to start mining this patch as well, and then if it turns out we start to need enormous quantities, then I don't know. We'll see what other patches are around here as well. I don't really want to have to train stuff around from here because it's going to be awkward, especially with the way I'm doing power. But if I can just run cables and belts and pipes, there's another one here. Then we can sort of that'll allow me to triple the amount of naquitite I can dig up without too much effort. Which one's nearer? That one by quite a lot. I suppose I could do that now. How fast are we going here? It's it's going okay. I say it's going okay. We've got 10% of a third, so we're 3% full. Yeah, I think I should probably try and make that quicker. Did I bring any big drills with me? I brought 8. It's not very many. How much space is that going to cover? It's nice that the ore is still on top of the space scaffolding. I haven't risked losing it by doing all of that. Right, so I could put down 8 drills like this. That one's not worth it. Like that. But to be honest, I think I should probably just come back with more at some point. Especially as I've just established that I am going to need to come back at some point. No, the other way, please. Run that through there. And then we need a bridge across here. Yeah, let's bridge from the tip over here because that's definitely going to hit the other rock like that. Then we can get some of these long pipes. Um, Maybe. Clonk. And bring the acid over here for so many rocks. Bring the acid over here like that. Corner pieces like that. And that. Oh, this comes out here as well. That's convenient. Pipe. Another rock in the way. There we go. Should we call it a 9? 10 will do. Okay, close enough. Right, so there we go. We can pump some acid down here. And then from here, oh yeah, we need power as well. So I'll bring that down to. So we want to power this whole area. So I'll put one there. I can put one there. And then one ooh, there to link up. And then across there. Gloop. Right, that should start mining. Yep, they've started mining. Take this back up, and I'll just add this onto the other belt up there to improve the supply slightly. This feels like the way I was developing mines way back in the bad old days before I'd develop before I worked out it was better before it worked out it was better to train the stuff around. But in this particular case, I think for now I am going to stick with just doing it the old-fashioned way because yeah, I think having until I get a reliable power supply out here, whether that's through beamed power or something else, or antimatter or something like that. I think I want to stick with doing it like just powering everything from here. How does it compare? Well, I'd say I'd say it's definitely better. I prefer it to Industrial Revolution. It doesn't have the sort of the long chains of recipes just for the sake that feel like they're just for the sake of it, and there's a lot more. The progression is a lot more interesting. So I'd say the mod pack is more interesting, but it also seems to be more time consuming and probably harder, but harder in a more enjoyable way. I think that's probably yeah. I think that's probably how I'd probably my best summary of it is that it's better because the challenges are more interesting. Did I program this up correctly? When 15,000 of that do stuff, yes, I probably have iron, sulfur there, and oh, got that, and water. There's no saying we've got no um, naquitite though. There should be another one of these saying when you've got no naquitite, it's safe to take off. Um, that's an oversight. Do I have one of these? I do not. So I need to put another of these in there and link it up to naquitite. So that's the thing to remember. There's quite a lot of modifications needed to this ship actually. That needs to be turned into a green chest. I need to put in a strong box here, and I need to program this up to tell it to not take off until it's got rid of all of the naquitite. Um, and at some point I need to bring out some what do you call it? logistics bots for this machine here, for this robot port here. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any way I can do that without, coming back out here again. Now I note that we've run out of sulfur, so I've clearly not brought remotely enough. Although there is actually quite a lot still in the pipes, so the drills will keep going for a bit. But I think in the interest of getting this up to in the interest of getting this running and running reliably, I think it's worth having a supply of a couple of hundred stacks of each of these things over here, and then just monitoring to see whether it goes up or down from there. I think that's probably the best way to do it. So, and we've still got more than 9,500 degrees centigrade in it. Well, I suppose technically we've got 4,800 to play with because this stops working at 5,000, but we've still got a lot of the heat there. When you say moving, I mean, I believe it is possible to move the spaceship logic out of the spaceship already in the version I'm playing at the moment. Just send the signals in through the clamps. I need to put a clamp down. But I've sort of decided not to because I think having the programming on the spaceship so that the spaceship knows what it's doing, I feel is probably a good idea. And actually, I was going to say mostly I've been container stress limited rather than hull stress limited. But actually, this ship I ended up putting this wall in across here because it was slightly too big, and that technically makes it smaller. So yeah, it's a consideration. I may end up having to do that if I really start to struggle. Right, what are you expecting to find? You're expecting to find 14s. So you are to be a 14. There we go. So this will now automatically land here. Right. Are we good? Is this now finished with a massive asterisk next to it because there's things that aren't actually working properly? So things that aren't done yet. I need to put more miners on the Naquitite down here, so I need to bring out a lot more miners and mining drills in order to do that. I'm sort of tempted to go after that 6.7 million patch because it's bigger than these two put together. And it's not impossibly far away. I could do that before I go. I need to, but it is quite a long way. That's a lot of belt. I mean, this is why we have trains in this game, I suppose. And there are all these fairly chunky patches over here. That's a good one. But I built over here because this was an asteroid that had water and Naquitite in close proximity, so I only needed to bring in these two. That was my theory. And yeah, if I cover this patch, that I'll get probably about 3 times as much coming along here, so it'll be a bit quicker. And there's still quite a lot of acid left in these. Actually, this is going to keep digging for quite a long time, even though the acid production has stopped. So that's good. But I want to still I want to bring out quite a lot more of each of these in order to get that running better, should we say? Otherwise, I do want to have this running constantly, but I don't like the idea of just I could pump steam. I could store the steam, I suppose. How about this? I'd need to have a pipe coming out of the middle of here, unfortunately. So I'd need to move this. I'd need to move everything up a square in order to do that. My thought was, what if I pull really hot steam out of here and store it in a tank and use that to power a condensing turbine? But um, my original thought was I want to just tap into the heat and have another one of these here to do that. But you can't get underground heat pipes as far as I'm aware, so that's not going to work. I would need to pull off here, and that would mean pulling out of this water supply. But then I could feed the water back in again. It wouldn't be too. It would probably work, but I'm not sure I like it. Is what I'm trying to say here. So, yes, let's call this done for now. I'm going to head back to Norvis orbit. I'm going to try and get some more large area mining drills and some logistics bots. and get this to the point and turn the numbers down for this. And oh, and get a couple of chesty things, and then see where we go from there. I need that mod where you can reprogram chests. So when I've got all these logisticsy based chests, I just want to be able to reprogram them and tell them, no, you are not you are no longer a red chest, you are now a green chest. But no, I don't have that mod. Maybe I should. In fact, I say maybe, I probably should. Right, let's head back to Norvis orbit. Go. And while we're on our way, let's have another look at Norvis orbit, see how things are getting on down here. Whether we actually have any oil-based products at this point. No, it's gone down. Well, I say no because it's gone down to basically zero. But that's probably a good thing because it means a train's just come and picked it up. So I haven't solved the problem yet, but it's just sort of gradually ticking over at this point. Now, I guess one thing I could do is come in here and I could set this to 5k. It's not going to actually fix anything, but it's going to in the long term. But in the short term, it's going to take 10,000 oil out of here, and crack it down through the system, and it'll get turned into petroleum gas, and so that will get this running a bit quicker. As you can see, this is now running not quite constantly, which is an improvement. And yeah, we can chug through, and we'll create at least a bit more of that. I wonder how much it. So it takes 100 petroleum gas and 10 cosmic water to make 20 chemical gel. That's quite a mean recipe. I would like to come and fill this all up with productivity modules, but of course I can't. Yeah, dealing with the water, if I could do it all externally, would be fairly trivial, because if I could get the heat out of the spaceship, then dealing with the water will be fine, because I just have a closed loop system on the out on the asteroid. But yeah, because it has to deal with the water in the spaceship, it would have to take the steam out of the spaceship and probably put water back into the spaceship, and maybe put a little bit more water in to keep it topped up as well. It's going to be a bit dirty. So yeah, but also no. Why are we not making blank data cards? We are making blank data cards, we're not making them fast. Oh no, there's a train already on its way here. That's part of the problem. Or maybe it is. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this lack of biosludge. Is that for making oil out of methane gas? I mean methane ice. I mean whatever. I mean, there's a decent amount in there. That's oh, but there's none over here, or almost none over here. Okay, so it might be that this station is demanding some more. Now this biosludge comes from the recycling plant over here. So presumably these are empty because they've all been turned into oil. Yes, they are, and we're not doing enough research at the moment to generate more. So maybe I better do some of that. What do I actually want at the moment? That's an interesting question. I can't do any of the ones that require black science because I haven't got that far yet. What are you adaptive armor could be nice. I don't care about it a great deal. Mining productivity, but that requires biological, and I'm short of biological because I'm short of chemical gel, and it sort of all just works its way back up the tree from there. I mean that'd be quite nice, but again, biological, that'd be very nice. Strength would be nice too. Yeah, lots of these things all require massive quantities of actually that requires even more. Let's take that one, and then that one, and see how we're doing for that sort of thing over here, because it might turn out we've actually got quite a lot of the we've got quite a lot of the catalogs over here already. So the fact that we've run out of the supply, the fact we've just run out of the stuff to make more isn't a problem yet. Yeah, so as you can see, we can just let this trickle through at the rate it's being used up at, which is fine. Yeah, I might have to resort to beaming power there. Now, one of the things I was considering, if we look at the star map, is setting up so we've got Calidus down here and Realm of Shadows up here. If instead of beaming from Calidus to Realm of Shadows, we beam from Basilius to Realm of Shadows. That's a much shorter distance, and I'm hoping that will mean it'll be a bit more efficient. So maybe I'll fly over there with a massive quantity of solar and set up a 4,000 solars worth in here. It has no planets apparently. 1500% solar. How does that compare to Kalida's orbit? 1500%. So it's about the same. Okay, so we would need to essentially copy this and put it over there. And we'd actually might want that as well, which is annoying because I don't really have an automated system for bringing these out. Yeah, I could copy basically this 500. Well, I don't quite need that many. Yeah, I think that's probably the case. I just don't know about any planets. I think for now I'll just leave it as it is. But yes, my plan for later, when later actually happens, will be to build another one of these in orbit probably around Basilius in order to get the power from there. And if I get desperate, I can set up something like this, but I don't really want to. Especially as I originally had that and it was taking forever to heat the thing up, and I got bored and ran away. Here, I could probably demolish a corner of the spaceship and run a heat pipe out of here over to heat up another one of these on the in Realm of Shadows just to get it going. I wonder if you can heat these up from the heat pipe. If you just tie two of them together, whether the temperature will settle between them. I guess we'll find out. No, I guess we probably won't find out because I'm unlikely to do it because I'm too worried about dropping this down to too cold and not being able to get back again. Oh, we're nearly there yet. No, we're not. We're still 10 minutes away. Crikey. This is taking. I'm sure it didn't. I'm sure it only took about 10 minutes to fly all the way out there. Maybe not. Maybe I was just messing around with other stuff quite a lot. Okay, so Norvis. If I turn planets off, Norvis? No, there it is. Right. So why is these? Oh, you Naquium heat pipe to transfer particularly high temperatures. Do you? Is that the reasoning? Okay, that's a shame. 16, 16, 16. Interesting. 19. Lots of coal there. 18, 13. So presumably this has ground to a halt because all of the other planets where I'm digging this nonsense up. Do I have one of these on Tulip? I can't remember. Yes, I do. Aren't doing it fast enough. Yeah, because this has stopped because we've stopped using the Tulipian stuff, which is interesting, given that we're still transporting stuff in and out. We are prioritizing that, aren't we? Yeah. Okay. So there should be a little bit flowing through. Yeah, there is a bit flowing through here. So eventually, oh, it's because I've done the uneven splitting thing again. So actually, there's more than enough in all of these, especially this one, to fill up this train. It just hasn't done so because I haven't set it up very nice. I haven't set it up very evenly. In fact, there's enough in there probably to fill both trains. Oh well, eventually that'll stop being a problem. Eventually, it's quite a long way off. Presumably, Miokin and Kothar are having the same sort of issues. Yeah, again, the bottom one doesn't have any in it because it's all gone into the middle one. Oh, actually, that one is full at least, which means when we finally do use a bit of iridium, it's going to feed back that way. Yeah, so that's sort of okay. Where's the other one? Kothar, not Kothar, Miokin. There we go, at the top. It's probably why. Maybe that's why I couldn't find it. I don't know. Over here, so yeah, we are trickling. Oh, we are using up the vulcanite as fast as it comes through from here. So this station isn't actually full yet. But Miokin is quite a small planet, so you don't get all that much coming out of your mining drills. And once again, this one's full and has backed up, so it's all going to other ones. And we're just filling up all of them except apparently this one in this particular station. That's interesting and mildly strange. I don't know why these two would ever be unbalanced, but they clearly are by like 100 stacks. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Because they're both fed from the same splitter up here. This one is obvious because I've got out of the three out of the six outputs, effectively two of them are going down this one belt, but all the others should be evenly balanced. So I don't know why the bottom one on the other two and this one on this one are so much worse off. Yeah, I don't know, but I don't think there's much I can do about it. Well, what I should do is go around all of these and replace these with proper 4 to 5 balancers, but yeah, I'm not going to right now, to be honest. I'm not going to. Eventually, it'll back far enough up that it'll start working properly. So, are there any other planets that? Yes. So this is probably the reasonably simplest, a reasonably simple one. So I've got the trains sit here and sit here at the cargo pickup mines until they're full. So that's fairly straightforward. Then they'll go to the station that's called wait, which is let's turn these things on. So they'll then go to this station here called wait, and they'll sit there. Until they can go to spaceship. Now there is a station here called spaceship because you need that, otherwise they get confused and they go, okay, this station doesn't exist, I'll go on to the next one. That one doesn't exist, I'll go to this one. Oh, and then it all just breaks and they go back to core pickup as soon as the spaceship arrives. So that station is there for hacks purposes. But it means the train will then go to wait. It will wait at wait until the spaceship arrives. Then it will go and get on the spaceship. At the other end, it'll get off, unload, go to a wait station, get back on the spaceship. It then waits on the spaceship until the spaceship tells it that it has reached, it has landed on Norvis, and that's when it gets off. When it gets back to here, it watches to make sure that it's landed somewhere that isn't Norvis, because these trains could end up going to any of the planets, so they need to be a bit more generally phrased. On the spaceship, we've got a system that monitors for when the trains get on here, and when there are two trains and a significant quantity of stuff, then the spaceship will lift off from here. When there's two trains and no rock or core fragments, it'll take off from Norvis. So it's relatively simple, but not that simple. I hope that helps. Oh yes, good point. Yes, there's a refueling stop in Norvis orbit, so it needs to make sure it's not there before the trains get out. Are we nearly there yet? 4 minutes. Okay. So I suppose another thing I'm going to need to do fairly soon is going to be to build out another structure on my space station going down here that's going to do the deep space sciences. So we're going to pull in all the Naquitite and all that sort of thing and get everything sorted from there. And you can see from this view why I turn off station names most of the time. Another thing I need to do actually that I could probably do while I'm here and staring at waiting for a spaceship to arrive is program this ship to do the needful, to fly back and forth from here to Tulip when everything is correct. So let's see. What do we do? What are we going to do here? We're going to. This is the one that says when you're on a planet, then take off. Then. Oh, right, okay, it's over there. Then take off and fly to Norvis orbit. So we're going to say when you're on. This should say Naquium ingots. No, this should say Naquium ingots. This should say, let's see, stacks of 10. So it's 500 stacks of 10, so that's 5,000. When this is greater than 5,000, you can take off. Fly to. Oh, and you're on. Well, what number is Tulip? Let's check that because that's going to need to be set. Tulip. Tulip is Moon 1138. So we set this to 11. Oh, it is already set to 1138. Nice. So if you're on Tulip and you've got a big pile of okay. If you're on Tulip and you've got enough Naquium ingots, then you can take off and fly up here. Fine. If you're up here and you've got enough Naquitite. Now I don't want to set this to 5,000. I actually want to set this to a third of 5,000 or slightly over. 5,000 divided by 2.8, in fact, which is 1,785. So let's set this. Let's say if this is greater than 2000, then you can go. And if you're in Norvis orbit, then you are to go to Moon 1138. Good. What's this? Oh, and you're fully fueled. Okay, fine. What are you monitoring? Okay, you're monitoring if you've got there. So this should be right. So what docking number? We've got docking number set to 6 here. That can't be right. What's my next docking number? I think it's going to be 15, isn't it? No, it's 15, no, it is 15. I've already set it to 15, specified 15, which is Naquim to Tulip and Norbo. Okay, so this should be a number 15, and then in here somewhere this should say 15 on there, so it lands in the right place. Almost certainly, yes. I think I am going to need multiple Naquim haulers because I don't think it's going to bring it over fast enough. However, I'm going to start off with one. Actually, I think this one will probably be all right. This having just one of these, because it doesn't have to go all that far. It's only going to Tulip and back. So I think one of these is probably going to be okay. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to need more of the long haul ones. But I'm only going to set one up to start with. Okay. So I think this is now ready. So when the spaceship arrives here, we'll be good to go. We're still not there. I obviously do these things quicker than I realise. How are things going on in Realm of Shadows? That's asteroid fields. Yes, Realm of Shadows. You. How are we feeling? We've got on to the third one. That's good, and it's like 20% full. So that means we are 2/3 plus 20% of the final third. So we're like 3/4 full at this point. So that's going. I mean that's ticking over reasonably nicely. It's not quick, no, but it is chugging away. Everything is sort of happening as I expect it to. So yeah, I think that's probably acceptable. Hurrah, we've made it. Anchor to Norvis orbit. No, don't go there. Yeah, you can land here, I guess. Bloop. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of one thing feeds the next thing feeds the next thing. It's in particular, I think the most egregious is too strong a word, but the most excessive part of that is over here where I've got one spaceship bringing in the Naquitite and then another one taking it off to be processed because I don't want to have to land my massive interstellar hauler on a planet because it's huge. So we're just doing a little one here to shuttle backwards and forwards with the supplies. But yeah, well, that's how it goes. Right, so back here now, I'm gonna need some spaceship wall to finish off that spaceship. So let's have some spaceship wall first, and not try and make some. Let's just request some, and let's just say I always want to have 10 because 10 seems like a good number. Am I not in the logistics network? There we go. No, I wasn't. Okay, so we need 10 of that. So I also need to make a strong box, and I need to make a green chest, which means I need. Okay, I'm just gonna go and get these myself. So I need some of them, then I need to make some of them, then I need to put these back because I've just got too much stuff in my inventory. There we go, get rid of those. I've picked up a load of, got a little bit of Naquitite with me, that's nice. Let's get rid of this ore that I've picked up as well. That can go down here, and so can this one. And this stone can be, so the stone can be put in here, you know it can. Take my stone, there we go. That'll just shove it out into the train logistics system thing. And I need some logistics bots as well. So let's see if I can find some of those. Yes, there we go. Let's take a few of them. And I wanted to reduce the number of these things that are going to be fed across. Oh, that's all set by the chest inside the, what do you call it? We've still not got any of the memory cards coming through though, which is not concerning, but well, it's a little bit concerning that none of them have arrived here yet. And we're producing them at the rate, but I guess there are so many places that are demanding them that we've just not had enough come through here yet. So Yeah. Not a lot I can do about that at the moment. Hey Anton, yeah, as Tristan said, I had so it's it. I should, oh yeah, I should probably say while I'm here and talking to everyone, there won't be any streams next week. So there's not going to be no space exploration stream on Tuesday or even Wednesday, and no stream on and no Industrial Revolution or whatever we've got onto at that point stream on Thursday because it's show week, so I'm just going to be in the theatre all week. So sorry about that. No streams next week, but the week after they will be resumed as normal. And yes, as Tristan says, we had a rehearsal yesterday, so I was away for that. Yeah, off doing that instead. So unfortunately, real life got in the way of my very important streaming. I'm afraid, but normal service will be resumed as soon as possible. Let's do a little bit of that. In fact, let's pick up some of these random bits of scaffolding that used to have pylons on them back when I was producing all of my science over here. Tidy, tidy, tidy. It's a bit better. I'm not sure why I'm bothering to pick these up, but yeah. Um, yes, and yeah, no streams next week, as I say. I'm afraid. So hopefully you'll forgive me and not miss it all too much. But yeah, that's how it's got to be. I'm afraid. Okay. Oh, big mining drills. That's another thing I needed. Big. Put it in here. Mining drill, mining drills. Those ones. Let's say I need 200 of those. What's going to happen? Nothing. Great. They're all they're all down on Norvis and not coming up here. Okay, let's put some on the shopping list so we actually get them brought up here because I think that would be a useful thing to have. Oh, they are. Um. Oh, here they come. I guess I just wasn't in the I wasn't in the logistics network again. I've got to stop doing that. There's 639 in storage. Crikey. The system is not working quite as smoothly as it should. Probably because when the spaceship takes off, it thinks the systems down on Norvis say, "Hey, there aren't any available," and then all the time it's flooding them down here, there's another 200 being prepped up at the other end. So that would explain 400, but not 630. Hmm. Hey, thanks, Zerbs. Yeah, it is a great mod. As I was saying earlier, when when Mike was asking me to sort of to summarize how it compares to IR. Yes, it is. I think of the ones I've played, it's the one that's most sort of pleasing and enjoyable. And I haven't made a strong box yet. Pleasing and enjoyable, and most like sort of a continuation and also an expansion on vanilla of all the things I've played. So yeah, I do really like it. I can see why it's sort of the big and most popular one out there, and why the devs hired why the Factorio devs hired the bloke who made it because it is an excellent pack. Um, oh yes, you're right. Yeah, you're right, Tristan. You're pulling the cables up here and there and everywhere. It's probably you moved all that around. All right, back out we go again. Let's see. Let's make sure I've got the bots because that's the most important thing. That's one thing I can't really do remotely. And I'll leave a couple of construction bots there as well, just in case I think of anything else I want to do. Yes, I've got some logistics bots, got the construction bots, and I'm pretty sure I've got everything else I need. So let's see if we can get out there before the other ship fills back up, before the other ship is completely full and leaves without me. Not Sands of Time. It's not Sea of Realm of Shadows. That one. Um, what was I saying? Oh, so, yes, thank you. I'm glad you like the design. I'm very pleased with the design of my space station here and just the general overall feel of it, at least with the sections for each of the science packs, and then one up here for doing all the science. So yeah, I'm very pleased with that. Um, I'm quite the recycling facility here is fine. That's great. I'm pretty generally happy with that. This bit down here where I'm building all of sort of the infrastructure buildings and things. Pretty happy with that. This part here, not so happy. That's a horrible mess. This was quite nice when it was rockets. Now to start to cram spaceships into the same spaces, it's a little bit untidy, but but it does work, so it's not too bad. Okay, we're unloading a bit of stuff here. Oh yeah, yeah. These I was thinking, are these just going round and round in circles? But no. If none of the wagons are empty, then the train will just sit there. It will only leave once it's managed to empty at least one of its wagons, or once one of the trains has managed to empty at least one of its wagons. Sorry. So it won't fly back and forth forever if we've got everything full over here. So that's fine. It's acceptable. Um, yeah. So yes, generally quite pleased with it, I think. The space elevators sound like an interesting idea. I mean, from what I gather, you're almost going to be able to drive a train onto it and then drive a train off it again. So that sounds, yeah, it's going to be a way of getting stuff up. Essentially, it's going to be a way of getting round having to have this sort of shuttlecraft. So you just have your massive craft that cruise between orbit, from one orbit to another orbit, and then your space elevators to bring stuff up. So yeah, I think that's going to be quite interesting. I'm certainly interested to try that. My Norvis base is huge and sprawling. I mean, it's okay to be honest. I don't think there's anything seriously wrong with it. We've got the standard main bus going around here, as you'll have seen if you watch any of my summary videos, and then the little villages dotted around, and then we've got a spaceport here and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm mostly reasonably pleased with it. Oh, and a huge smelting area down here. Ooh, we're getting through a lot of glass. That's good news because that means we're getting through lots of stone as well, and I have too much stone. So having something that will get through all of that stone for me is extremely useful. And we're unloading quite a lot of vulcanite as well. So that's another thing that's going to be meaning the core miners on Myokin will be busy, and therefore we'll be hopefully producing lots of core fragments from there. So yeah, this all seems to be. I think I'm reasonably happy with the way it's ticking over. I could do with another planet that's just producing basic standard boring core fragments and bring them out and bringing them over to here. Do you get basic standard boring planets apart from Norvis? Okay, so you do. No, you don't. Norvis is the only one that is miscellaneous. All the other ones you have. Actually, that said, a coal-specific core miner could be quite useful. I could bring back massive quantities of coal and dump them into the system, since we seem to be getting through a lot of that. Um, that said, I don't really know what I've got a surplus of because I keep looking along here and going, nope, got less than 20 of that, less than 20 of that, more than 20 of that one now, less than 20 of that, less than 20 of that, less than 20 of that. So none of these are spiraling wildly out of control, and that probably means I am still using all of the mines, like this copper mine down here and this nothing mine down here. Um, Coal mine, copper mine, stone mine, so on. I'm still probably actually using all of those despite the sheer quantity of core fragments I'm pulling through, which is a little bit of a shame, but never mind. Still 10 minutes to go. Or it obviously does take a lot more than 10 minutes to get to do this do this trip. I think it's like 16, 17 minutes. So solar power thing. I need to go out to do that. I need to go there with the parts in order to build that. This one is what I'm working on. I think that's mostly done. We're probably going to find that it does pretty much work once the other ship turns up. Iron and sulfur. Oh yes, I need to boost those things. That's the thing to do. Yes, the speciality core fragments do give regular core fragments, Kodiak. You're quite right. But okay, so the problem is if we take a look at let's take a look at Kothar because that's an excellent example of where the problem is. um, we've got we're digging up the iridium core fragments here. And then we're processing them. As you say, you get out the iridite and the core fragments and the stone. Yeah, great. The problem is we're not using enough iridium up to get through the amount of iridite that's being dug up. So none of the core fragments are flowing. Therefore, the whole system has ground to a halt. If I could find another miscellaneous planet, then I wouldn't have to worry about using this up. Now, what I could do is I could go off to a coal, an iron, and a copper planet and do all of those, and then ship them back. And what I'd probably what I'd probably do, I think, is have this sort of system on those planets. So we turn it into and then just load everything, load the stone, the core fragments, and the iron or copper or coal into these trains, and then back down on Norvis here. I'd have some pass throughs at the top here that would take out or maybe at the bottom actually, somewhere anyway. I'd have some organizers that would take out the perhaps the coal and put it on here, the iron and put it on here, and the copper and put it on here. So we'd get all of those flowing through suitably. Actually, I could just take out just the core fragments and put everything else onto one of these belts. That would work. That would work quite well. Um, that's probably a thing that's worth doing. Maybe I should do that because we do seem to be using up all of them at quite a high rate. I might need to have some sort of emergency release valve though to stop them running if there's more than 40,000 in one of these stations or something like that. So yeah, just to make sure we don't get an overflow. So when this gets to 17,000, let's look at this one. When this gets to 18,000, that's presumably full. Yeah, that's full. That's full. That's half full. Okay, so we could certainly get 2 trains worth in here without any problems at all. In fact, a wagon is just one. This has enough. These don't need to be wait for 20,000. Um, these could all be wait for 10,000. 50 per stack. 50 per stack times 40 per wagon, and are these 6? Yeah, yes. So it's 12,000. So 20,000 is a bit overkill for these. I could go through and set all of these to 12,000. It wouldn't make any difference to the throughput, but it would mean a little bit less of it will be buffered here. So let's do that with uranium actually, because uranium comes out so slowly. So we'll set this to actually let's set it to 15 because that will help absorb if there's any sort of imbalance in the amount that's between them. Then that'll help deal with that. Um, Sort of doing it with stone because stone comes from everywhere. I'm unloading stone on this side. In fact, have I set these up? I've already set these up as blacklist. Yeah, so I'm unloading stone specifically here. Yes, because stone comes from all of them. And in fact, stone was coming in on the train. So kind of yes. But I'm thinking in order to do all the other things as well and filter them out and basically put them into the filtering system up here. Um, no, there is no burning system for destroying excess resources. I'm afraid I can't do that in this pack, which is I think that's sort of a good thing because just throwing stuff away feels kind of like a waste and a bit yeah. That said, there is a system for matter fabrication that allows you to turn stone into other stuff. So I could theoretically teeth in. I could, in theory, turn stone into uranium at a very, very low rate. Arctic, yes, I am indeed. Well, it's not so much yak shaving at this point. It's are we nearly there yetting? Because I'm waiting. I'm trying to kill 10 minutes while we wait for the ship to fly all the way over to Realm of Shadows again. um, yeah, still plenty of heat there. Oh, is it not? Let's have a look. Uranium ore. Ways of making uranium ore. So you can make it out of contaminated scrap. You can make it. You can mine it. That one. Maybe it makes different uranium. Maybe it makes this uranium. I don't know. I don't know how the matter fabricator works. Let's in here maybe. Material fabricator. Here we go. Not that. There was something you could do with these things. Um, oh, here we go. Matter fusion. Right. So you can turn pink clouds into ore. Um, so you use up fusion test data in tiny amounts, admittedly, and it's put in a load of particle stream, which is made from stone and lots and lots of energy, and then you can produce, well, anything you want, basically, including uranium. Not very much uranium, but you can produce it. Produces a lot of contaminated scrap as well, but c'est la vie. Um, yeah, so this is a thing I'm considering perhaps doing in the future. Not so much at the moment, but it is a thing I could consider doing. Should I want to? So I don't know why that didn't show up in the recipes when I was flicking through them. But yeah, this is a potential way of making a bit of extra stuff. And pink clouds, as we all know, come from. Oops, let's try and drag the right thing around. You can just about see it at the top of the window there, actually. Why can I not select that one? There we go. So pink clouds are made from stone. Oh, and more chemical gels. That's a problem because I am very short of chemical gel. But that makes the orange clouds that can then be turned into the. But we can then add in a bit of extra stone in the form of sand, and a bit of extra stone and some other things in the form of these test pack things, and make the pink clouds. And then you can turn that into basically anything. But because that seems like quite a lot of other stuff, a lot of which I'm a bit short of. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's quite as good an idea as I was thinking it was initially. I turned the wrong thing off there. Let's turn off the energy. There we go. Speaking of the orange goop, how are we doing for goop? We've got a bit more methane ice coming in here. We have, well, the tanks are halfway to getting a train. It's chugging away nicely there. Has any gone to biological science yet? Let's check that one because that's one place. Yes, we've got some in bioscience. Okay, so that one's got some. This one has got some. This one has got some. I think we're catching up. It was like I was saying earlier. I think we're getting to the point where, yep, this one's got some. We're getting to the point where most of the places that need it have got some. Um, does this one even require it? I don't actually know. So once we've refilled everything, yes, it does, and it has got a bit, yeah. So once we get to the point where everywhere that needs it has got it, hopefully the demand will drop a bit. Even this one's got some. Nice. So yeah, I think we might have. I think that might be a solved problem now. It was just that there were buffers everywhere. That's oil. That's fine. Um, Buffers all around the place that needed to be filled up again because it had run so low. It can run completely dry, and now we're churning through. And the proof will be in if we see this go above 13,000 per tank, because that's more than a train's worth. And if it does, that means we've filled the whole place up to the point where we now have enough, and we're building up a buffer of spare. So fingers crossed, we'll get to that point. Rocketing vulcanite from Norvis. Did I not do that? Hmm. Because at the moment I've got vulcanite coming from two places. So essentially, there are two supplies of vulcanite. Are we bringing it up? Yeah, we are bringing it up to here still. We've got vulcanite being made on Myokin, which is processed here, put into a spaceship, and taken to Norvis to be distributed to wherever it's needed. Norvis, all brought to Norvis over here, shoved into trains, and then taken wherever. And is there a rocket here that's being loaded up with vulcanite? I don't think there is, and I think that's what I needed to do. Because there's also a rocket being loaded up with vulcanite on Ganymede, which is out here, and this is bloomin' miles away, so it takes forever to produce enough fuel for it to fly. Because you see, it's full of vulcanite. We are producing rocket fuel relatively gradually, even though we're turning vulcanite, and it's just it takes such a crazy amount of rocket fuel. It's almost not worth it. So what I was thinking is sticking an extra rocket on Norvis that will pop up to Norvis orbit with a rocket full of vulcanite whenever it's required. That said, No, I actually want to go back to Norvis. Where am I taking? Oh yeah, so the vulcanite that comes vulcanite that comes in here. How much have we got, incidentally? 131,000. Okay, so that's a good amount of it, and it stacks to 100. So that's um, 1,300 stacks. So that is several rockets worth in there in this station. And there's a piece of rocket wall in there for, or maybe it's normal wall, spaceship wall. Just put it somewhere. I don't care. I don't. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, so that's ended up there somehow. But anyway, there's enough there to load a rocket, so I could potentially stick in an additional rocket on the top, rocket launcher on the top of here, and ship the Vulcanite up to Norvis orbit from here. I'm not actually short of it in Norvis orbit at the moment though, so maybe I won't for now. I think it's a sort of it ain't broken, so I'm not going to go in and start fiddling just for the sake of it, which I know isn't very Factorio of me, but I'm going to resist the temptation. Ah, nearly there at last. I can stop talking. No, I'm not. That's not true. I can't stop talking because I'm streaming. I can I can switch over to actually doing things rather than just talking about things. All right. I was saying this at the start of the stream, but at the moment I'm putting a little bit of effort into trying to boost my status on Twitch, should we say? So trying to get a few more people watching me on there. So if you're watching me on YouTube at the moment and you have both or are happy to use both, I would appreciate it if you could switch over to Twitch. There should be a link in the description. If not, there's a link at the top of the chat. If not, then hopefully, if you don't mind, Tristan, would you mind? Oh no, you're not on the YouTube one. I'll have to do it myself. Um, if you go here, uh, typing. Yeah, if you could watch on YouTube instead of Twitch, that'd be much appreciated because yeah, as I say, I'm trying to boost my Twitch numbers a little bit at the moment, and well, we'll see how that goes. Anchor over here this time, and I feel like I'm already doing pretty well on YouTube. Thanks, Kodiak. I see it's on Twitch already. Excellent. Um, yeah, so my has this stopped? Not quite, no. So yeah, my YouTube channel is doing pretty well, I think, probably because I'm pretty much the only person who's streaming Factorio space exploration on on YouTube. So doing quite well because of that. Um, but Twitch has not been quite so healthy. So I'm hoping that with a few extra people, it'll help. It'll all start to go a bit better. Buffer chest there, and I want you to request. I decided 4 in the end for these because there wasn't going to be room in the strongbox of 5. So we're like 4 of those and 4 of. Are they in here? Yes, 4 of those. So this, when it gets back to Norvis orbit, we'll load up with those. We can then bring them over here, which is always asking for them. I'll dump the supplies around there. They'll go in here, fill up the strongbox. Then when we get back at the other end, the strongbox will empty. Yada yada yada. Put it in a train, ship it round. Everything should work nicely. So how are we doing here? This is not full. There's about half, this is only about half, yeah, about almost exactly half full. We are basically out of acid. Okay, so that tells me I didn't bring enough sulfur by about a sixth. However, I do want to bring quite a lot more out on the next run. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at Norvis orbit, and I'm going to change the numbers here to so this is 1500. 1500 plus an extra third would be 1800. So I eventually want to set that to 1800 and this one to 1150. But I'm going to set them a bit higher than that first. I'm going to go say 5000 and 3000. And the point of this is to get a bit of stock built up in these warehouses, so there's always plenty in there. In fact, I could have gone quite a lot higher than that, to be honest. Let's like multiply that by, well, they stack up to 100. Well, this one stacks up to 50. I think I could bring out a few thousand actually before it becomes a problem. So let's say let's In fact, I am bringing out a few thousand. All right, let's 5,000 of that, 3,000 of that. That's enough to give me a buffer. And then once a spaceship has gone with that much in it, I'll drop them back down to the 1800 and 1200, and we'll see how we go from there. I do mean watch on Twitch rather than YouTube. I have no idea what I actually said, but I'm going to I'm going to hope that everybody knows what I meant, even if it's not what I said. Yeah, watching on YouTube, watching the past stuff on YouTube, it makes a lot of sense because, well, that's where it is. So yeah, you pretty much have to. But for the actual live streams, I mean, I know some of my friends reckon that YouTube is much worse than Twitch for watching live streams on, and so on. So I think I did my absolute ideal. Well, the ideal will be to watch everything twice over everywhere, but that's unrealistic. The ideal is to watch the streams on Twitch and the videos on YouTube. And I think both platforms are probably better suited to that. Right, I think this has now got up to 13,000. It's supposed to trip at 15,000. I think I'm looking at the wrong end. 15,000. It's not going to get there because we've run out of acid. So let's drop this to. That's a very strange number to have chosen. 12,000, so it goes, and then put it back up to 15,000 for next time, or not. Where's that ship gone? I don't know how to. I'm not quite sure how it sorts things in this list. Um, it does not seem to be going. That is a problem. Uh, there we go. It just didn't have its speed set. Hopefully that will. I believe that sticks. We'll find out though. No, not you. You should say 15,000. Okay. So how long is this going to take? 23 minutes. Wow. That's, that's quite a long time. And well, the VODs will remain on YouTube, so I'll make sure I archive them on there. I mean, so the theory and the long term theory, I suppose, is that if I become a sort of an official Twitch partner or whatever they call them, then I think at that point I'm not technically allowed to stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. But that means I can put the VODs onto YouTube a day or two later, and the summary videos will definitely always still be on YouTube. Um, I was going to say I don't think people tend to watch the YouTube VODs very much after they've happened, because it's just a massive long video, and they might as well watch the summary ones instead. But actually, I'm not sure if that's true. If you bear with me for one moment, I'm just having a quick look because I'm slightly curious now to see how the viewership goes. So let's have a look at this one that was done back in late November. Um, Oh, actually, I take it back. There has been, so obviously the most of the views, the first 75% of them came in the first basically the first day, but then the other 25% have trickled in fairly evenly over the month and a half since then. So actually, it turns out people do watch watch the VODs after the streams are finished. Um, I mean, I'm slightly surprised by that, but it's it's quite nice. I'm very definitely very happy for people to watch the videos whenever they want to. I didn't put the robots in here. Let's do that before I go, because otherwise I'll be very, very cross with myself. No, don't drop them on the floor. How do you I oh, like this. There we go. I'll just put 4 in there. That'll be fine. And it's got five logistics bots, so that should work. That's a sort of a couple of tiers down the line. Oh, and yes, I need to go down and put in some more mining drills as well. I'm glad I didn't just hop back in my ship and buzz off again, because there's quite a lot of stuff I've forgotten. Are they covered? Mostly covered. Okay. Down here, do the same thing again. There's no empty space in there. I filled it all up with scaffolding. Stop being stupid. I don't want to put down quite that much. It seems a bit unnecessary. I never really know quite where the edges of the scaffolding is for this sort of purpose. Oh, that's nicely lined up, isn't it? Plump, plump, plump. Perfect. And yeah, all right, I'll put another row along here because I do want to extract it reasonably quickly. Right, and belts and belts and... Have I screwed up? Yes, yes, I have. Pull that all back up again and put it in the right place this time. There we go. Actually, let's put another drill in there just because there's kind of room for it. And it... Oh, and another one actually. There we go. And this can go up here like that. This can join on there like that. And then we need a couple of... That's not a splitter, that's a splitter. Bloop, bloop. There we go. That'll all feed up there now, and that's, yeah, easily powering everything. And there's some more... Oh, it's methane ice. Methane ice is quite useful, but not right now. Yes, you're very... Um, I'm I'm not sure whether to take that as a compliment or as an insult, Mark. um, the yeah, if having using the VODs as sort of a sleeping pill, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm going to sort of assume for my own peace of mind that you mean it's just sort of it's a nice thing to watch when you're having trouble sleeping rather than it puts you to sleep. But yeah. No, it's a good point about the summaries not really containing very much of the problem solving. Um, I suppose it depends. It depends why you. I guess what? No. Oh, is there a gap there? There must be a gap in there. Just a tiny, tiny gap in there. There we go. Right. That was a stupid problem. Right. What was I say? Yeah. So yes, it depends. I suppose it depends why you're watching the streams. If it's for watching me going in and solving the problems, then yes, you watching the VODs is probably the way to do it because then you see all of the sort of the details and the and all of the head scratching and the frustrations I go through, and possibly there's a certain amount of Schadenfreude in there as well. Who knows? um, but yes, you're quite right. The recaps are all just about here is something I built. Look at this magnificent thing I built. Or look at this horrible mess I made. Either way, um, but yeah, it's a slightly different, definitely a different feel. Whereas the what's the and yes, there's definitely. I think I'm I'm not sure if I'm the only space exploration streamer out there, so, at least on YouTube. But I think I'm the only one who's got to sort of spaceship era. Right, let's head back because I'm just talking now, so I might as well do the talking in flight. This is going to take 13 minutes. I can race the other ship back. I should easily win, of course, because I move about twice as quickly, I think. Yeah, there's the shell. I don't know why the ship's called. Well, I know why it's called the shell duck because I haven't renamed it yet, but I'm not sure what it should be called. Um, right, train of thought. Yes. Yeah, I think I'm the only space exploration streamer on YouTube who's got a decent distance through the game. Um, and I would like to think. Um, so the I could call it Mike, but then I just want to smash it up all the time. Um, there could be other ones on Twitch. I haven't really looked. I had a bit of a glance around on the on YouTube, and I've had a look on the Space Exploration Discord. And I think on there there's one other guy who is doing a bit of streaming of it. And I think he's just got to space, so he's about 3 series behind me at the rate I've been going, or the way I've been splitting them up, and that's probably a good year's worth of play. Um, yeah, I'm kind of stubborn. So I felt the yeah, science one was actually, to be honest, science one was probably the hardest of the space sciences, or at least it was the biggest step up, I guess. Once I'd done the tier one sciences of all of the all four of the types, then going on and doing the later ones was actually not so difficult comparatively, should we say. I'm not going to say it was easy because it took me like a year or whatever, however long it's been, answers on a postcard. Um, but yeah, once you've got the infrastructure built up to do what's this Astro 1, for example, then making Astro 2 is basically just do the same thing again, but with slightly different machines and slightly different recipes. So I've already got in all the facilities to do the coolant, the making all of the cards for this for the telescopes. I know what I'm doing there. It's just different types of telescopes that are bigger and uglier and work a bit slower. So and then with even more, especially even more so with the material sciences, you get to about here where you do the first one, and by that point you've sorted out all of the disposal systems for contaminated scrap. You've got the iridium things being made. You've got basically got your head round the basics of it. You've got most of the stuff into place. You've got a bit of infrastructure built up. Making the second one and the third one wasn't actually that much harder. The fourth tier were a bit more complicated. This one not quite so much so, because all it really needed was for me to pipe in a bajillion different raw materials and then beat them all together down here. So this one wasn't too bad. Actually, tier 3 was probably the hardest one, whichever one it is that requires you to smash a railway, a locomotive. Yeah, this one, the one where you crash a locomotive and produce 1,500 scrap that you then have to deal with. That's probably the most the most challenging step of of the material ones, I think. And biological is just more and more and more of the same. Yes, it gets a bit more complicated, but it's not too bad. Um, Space exploration. So mine too has taken a bit longer than it should normally take, because I had too many biters on Norvis, which made it a bit harder. But I'm currently which is why I'm currently 430 hours into it. Um, that added probably, I'm not sure how many extra hours it added on. I think it was probably a good 50 or 50 to 100 hours, just because it took me a long time to build everything up on Norvis because the biters were too hard, because I either didn't read the instructions or the instructions weren't clear enough, depending on who you ask. um, okay, it's good to know there's a few other people who are sort of at least having a good go at it. I mean, it's in a way it's nice to know that it's not just me in the niche, and that's not the only reason that I've got all these viewers. It's perhaps that I'm actually doing something right as well. It's perhaps who knows. I like to think it's because I'm doing something right, but if I'm not, don't tell me. I'm be yeah. Ha. Yeah, so if one of the reasons I haven't updated to the latest version of the space exploration mod is because you don't get Vitamelange planets without biters anymore apparently, and even if you do, they sometimes ride meteorites in apparently, and just sort of extra ones spawn in. So it's possibly a little cheaty that I haven't updated, but it does mean I'm missing a few things like the ion drive booster tanks, which would be quite nice and useful to have. So I am intending to upgrade at some point. I just haven't got round to it yet. Yeah, space exploration and K2 could be interesting. I don't know whether I want to leap into that with sort of with both feet right now, um, or I say right now. I mean, if and when I finish this, or whether I want to sort of try and do something else first. Maybe that can be. Oh yeah, and in this one you don't need booster tanks to launch from space, which is quite nice. So my spaceship's like the one I'm flying in at the moment. No booster tanks at all, because you can, if you're in space, you just sort of let go, drift a little bit, and turn your engines on. So it's fine. You don't need a booster tank, which is nice. So Um, yeah, maybe I probably will update at some point. What has occurred to me actually is, with the group I'm doing the Industrial Revolution streams with on Thursdays, we're thinking once we finish Industrial Revolution, which we expect to be probably this Thursday actually. We're if not, then maybe a stream after that. This is taking a bit of a beating. Um, so once we finished Industrial Revolution, we're going to have a do a big Minecraft stream for a bit of a change of pace. Although we're going to do it with lots of the sort of we're going to make Minecraft basically as much into Factorio as we can. So we're going to have lots of the sort of the industrial mods and things like that. So there's going to be a lot of building. It's going to feel a bit like Factorio, I suspect. Um, Maybe after that we can have a shot at space exploration with K2. That could be quite fun, because space exploration is a really good mod. I've never played K2. I have done Angel Bobs though, so I'm not. I am vaguely familiar with ludicrously complicated mod packs and Industrial Revolution. So ludicrously complicated, or ludicrously long construction chains, I guess, is probably the best way to describe that one. So yeah, that might be quite fun, but we'll see. We'll see what the rest of the group think about that. As for what I play next, I'm thinking I want to play. Yeah, so exactly. So I think an SEK2 run might be a nice way to do it. So but we shall see. My next one personally, I think once I finish space exploration, which is probably going to be in quite a few months, will probably be to go off and play Dyson Sphere program, because I've seen a lot of good things said about it, and it feels like it's going to be a similar sort of game. So hopefully you'll all be interested in coming along to watch, but with its own sort of twist on the on the system. So fingers crossed, it'll be an interesting one to play. And someone in this chat gave it to me for my birthday. No, not for my birthday, for Christmas. That one, the one that's just happened. So it'd be rude not to. Yes, look, we've got 15,000 in each of these tanks. That means a total of 30,000, which is more than a train. Therefore, that means I've solved the orange goo problem. Thank goodness for that. My ship is running out of power because I only have one condenser turbine on the top, and it turns out you need 2 to 3 of them in order to use up. So, right, the way Factorio power generation works is that any power that comes from solar panels is used first, then any power that comes from steam generation, then any power that comes from accumulators. There isn't a way um, to make that do things a little bit different. There isn't a way to reprioritize those things without sort of doing lots of cunning wiring up with switches, which I'm trying, which I haven't really got space to do on this spaceship. So what's happening is that this pipe is filling up with steam because there isn't enough energy being pulled out of this turbine. So we get to the point where we'll use all the energy in this one's got available. Then this one will discharge a little bit and pull the steam in, whilst this one turns off, which is when I lose power. Then this one kicks back in again, and everything gets its power back up again, which is a bit bloody stupid. But I'm kind of stuck with it because there isn't room for any more than that. What I could perhaps do is that, and then when I get back, this that might fix the problem actually, because then will you be able to use the power out of these accumulators when this shuts off? So we'll use steam as much as we possibly can using this one, and then when it goes, oh dear, I can't run anymore, you'll have to use this one up a bit. When the power dips too low because this one's a bit too slow, we can use up the power from these accumulators. In fact, I could put some more of them in down here as well. Oh, don't fall out of the spaceship, that's bad. Don't want to fall out into the interstellar void. Ooh, I'm running low on ion stream. I've flown back and forth so many times that I've actually used up 2/3 of the ion stream. That's quite exciting. I must remember to fill that up again before we leave. And and the water is going forever actually. So whoever it was who said, I think it was Tristan again, who said that the water lasts basically forever, was right. I don't need to worry about that too much. What was I going? Oh yes, I was going to look at the power and see how it's presumably. Yeah. Yeah. So you can see here we've got the so the accumulators. Oh, maybe the accumulators won't fix it because they're not charging up quickly enough. Yeah. So we get. So it's because the what's this thing? The high temperature turbine generator keeps shutting down. Okay. So this idea is a nonsense. I might. Well, I'm whatever. Um, I do actually need to put in more of these turbines. I would have put in a second one. Um, but it would have been too difficult to get the water pipe back round here to here. So yeah, it didn't happen. I guess I just need to make the ship slightly bigger and learn to use multiple condenser turbines in these things, which is a little bit annoying. Because yeah, as you observe, the engines keep cutting out and the speed keeps dropping down to about 130. Yeah, I've had a quick skim through the Twitch rules basically as to what when you're allowed to do what. And part of me sort of wants to start being a bit wants to become an affiliate as soon as possible, just even though I will literally probably earn pennies for it, just so I can say I'm a professional streamer. um, but another part, I mean, I can claim professional video editor, but I can't really claim I'm doing any of the streaming for professionally yet. Um, so yeah, just because then I can go tick and say yes, I am technically a professional streamer, even though it bought me like one loaf of bread in my entire life. But then on the flip side, yeah, it's perhaps if given that there's still quite a few people watching on YouTube, he says looking to see, yeah, we've got half a dozen people watching on YouTube and 21 on Twitch. That's pretty good. Well, thank you everyone who's watching. So actually switching it, and I suspect some of those people who are watching on YouTube are just close friends who are watching on both. um, so so yeah, I think it's probably not losing the YouTube views wouldn't be the end of the world. Basically, is what I'm saying. Especially as I've discovered, a significant proportion of them come in after the fact anyway. So you know, there's the to come in to watch the VODs. Still 2.5 minutes. So, does anyone have any questions for while we're waiting? In fact, let's have a look at the other ship while I think of it and see where that one's got to. An aquifer. How are you doing? I bet you're still 10 minutes out, aren't you? Oh, no, only 3 minutes out. This one, yeah, I've only just passed it. That's quite impressive. We're both into the didn't pass it until we got inside the Norvis sphere of influence. Tackled ship automation. This second one the shell duck, which apparently I'm supposed to be renaming to the Mike, but I'm resisting that one for obvious reasons. The Naquitite, which is following it, is fully automated. So this one is controlled by this big pile of accumulators combinators on it that are basically telling it where to go and when and why and that sort of thing. I've also got, if we go back to this view here, are there any other ships? Yeah, there are a few other ships buzzing around at the moment, just transporting stuff around to wherever it's needed. So this one is a core. This one carries core fragments around. So we finally apparently transferred some iridium over. So the Kothar core mining ship has been able to fly out and go and take some core fragments back to Norvis. That's nice. Melangerie, it goes out to Tulip. That picks up all the Vitamelange stuff. Myokin core, that's also taken some supplies out. So if we have a look at Norvis now, we can see the system down here. Nope, it's chewed through it all already. All the stuff that came from Myokin. It's all gone already. Blimey. Oil core fragments. That's an interesting idea. Um, hmm. That's a very interesting idea, actually. I hadn't even thought of oil core fragments. In fact, I think I wasn't. Whilst if I'd thought about it hard enough, I'd probably have realised they were a thing. I hadn't actually realised. I hadn't twigged that you could have a crude oil ore fragment, and that produces 100 crude oil from 60. It's not bad. Hmm, that's an interesting idea. So yeah, once I run out of the methane ice, let's see, what would that mean? So I guess I'd have a ship bringing the oil core fragments up to Norvis orbit, where I'd squeeze the oil out of them, and probably dump the stone into the train system to use it up there, and then I'd probably end up dumping these back down to Norvis for recycling because I've got more efficient systems down there. So I could have a ship that drops down carrying those. Interesting idea. Um, hmm. Thank you. That's a very interesting idea. I'm definitely going to have to think about that because that's going to be a much easier way of bringing it up there. So getting back to Charlie's comment, fueling my spaceships is all done in Norvis orbit. So I've got if on Salia here. This is an oily moon, so it's quite a small moon, as you can see. It's got lots of quite rich oil patches on it. So I'm digging up oil there, bringing it over here where I'm processing it into rocket fuel, and then up here we've got a load of fuel tanks, and there is a ship that shuttles back and forth between Norvis orbit and Asalia carrying fuel, and unloads it Here is the ship. As you can see, it carries lots and lots of fuel, unloads it into these tanks here. It gets pumped around into all of the spaceships that need it, and then it flies back and forth, keeping this place fueled up. I'm a little concerned about how low these tanks are, to be honest. I'm wondering if I should possibly launch this when it's got a bit more fuel left than it apparently has, because it's really not doing a very good job of emptying itself once it's got to this point. How much fuel have we got? 100, still 100,000. Blimey. So still 10% of the fuel left in the ship. I'm not sure how best to deal with this. Yeah, emptying it in multiple spots would be the ideal. Oh, I could. Is there even a gap in here? There is actually. Yeah, so I could pull fuel out from here as well, like this. Um, and this. Yeah, this is probably a good idea. In fact, maybe from over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not going to have any. Put 5 in there. And then that there, and that there, and sure. Actually, let's put in some. Let's mostly use pumps for this, because that way we'll get a little bit more throughput, I think. Right. Yes, that was a very good answer. I mean, I should have thought of that myself, but yes, it was the right thing to do. So that'll probably help. That'll drain this one off really, really quickly, and then hopefully it'll just flow nicely. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's how I'm getting fuel up to here, and that then fuels all the spaceships. So we've got this big long pipe that runs along the bottom of here, and then ones that go up to all these refueling points for all the various different types of ships that come through here. Right, so yeah, Twitch being momentum based, I think that makes a certain amount of sense, because I think I've got far more viewers, or at least noticeably more viewers today than I usually do, having switched over to asking people to watch on Twitch. So I think that's been very worthwhile, definitely worth doing, and I shall try and continue to do so. What is going? Oh right, yeah, that one didn't fill up as much. That's why. But that's okay, because they're all being merged together down here. I should probably have a 3-to-3 balancer in the middle here. How big is a 3-to-3 balancer? Not going to be able to put this down because I'm in space, but that's quite big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not really going to fit. Never mind. It would be better to balance it on the way out, but silly. Okay, so we're filling up with lots and lots of. Oh, we've run out of iron. Bloody hell! How have I run out of iron? Unless it's just that it's dumped it out and we need to wait for another train to come in with some more of it. That's a bit unexpected. Am I actually short of iron? No, I'm not short of iron. Although this is broken again. I say again. I can't remember if I fixed this. So we've got too many rocket parts, so I need to send them off somewhere. I think I talked about this in. I might have talked about this in one of the summary videos and not actually done it here. So you need to go to. Why are you delayed? You're full. Is the other end full? I've just completely nerd sniped myself. I've completely forgotten what I was talking about before that. Oh. Right. Okay. So I sent a rocket here a little while ago, but it hasn't unloaded everything because this box is full because we've not been launching enough rockets, maybe? I don't know. Let's have these request like 5 each. That'll help. I mean, it's a stupid way of it's just adding more to the buffers, but you know what they say, if it's stupid and it works, it ain't stupid. Right, I haven't used. There's a lot of them in here though. Why are there so many rocket pods up there? um, right, okay. I could actually. That's not a bad idea. It's probably a better idea actually. I'll put some yellow chests down here as well, just so they don't all get taken blooming miles away. And then make that one. I don't know if I've got purple chests on my delivery system. Apparently I have. Cool. Um, yeah, so that's a good point. Yeah, let's do that. That should be all right. Now I don't actually need to have 5 in each of these, but I haven't got 5 in each of them yet anyway. Anyway, yes. So I haven't really used clamps for passing logic through. You very much. I think the one place I've done it is just over here. So all you do is you connect a cable to a coloured cable um, to one side of the clamp like that, and the signals are passed through to the other side of the clamp where you can connect another cable. I think you have to connect to the top of the clamp there. That's the wire pass through, as opposed to onto the bottom of the clamp there. And I don't know what those connecting points do at the bottom off the top of my head. Um, let's see if the box text tells me. I don't know why I looked there. I meant to look here. Mm, don't know. So there are connectors at the bottom. I don't know what those are for, but you want to specifically connect onto that one. Oh, maybe it's to program it to program the clamp to have a certain number. Um, I tend to build my ships with the all the logic stuff on the ship because then it's all in one place. I know how it's working. I feel like the ship taking it with it makes sense, and that means if I have multiple ships docking to the same clamp, they can be going to different places without it causing problems. But you can have it all external to the ship. So the ship says you were on Norvis, or the ship says the stuff on Norvis says you will go to Norvis orbit. The stuff in Norvis orbit says you will go to Norvis, um, and etc for other places as well. Um, but it's basically up to you which way around you do it. But in this particular instance, I want to know how much stuff is how much sulfur and how much iron is on the ship. So I'm feeding the signal out and then passing it across here on a cable and to these things because I'm trying to load in a massive quantity of sulfur and iron into this ship. Uh, what? That seems to have gone a bit out of control. Oh, it's 5,000 and 3,000. Oh right, yes, because it's more sulfur and smaller stacks. That's why it's so much more. There we go. Um, Display logic and combinators by default in alt mode. That's an interesting idea. I presume that's interface. Ah, oops. Oh, nice. Thank you. Yeah, that does look. It's cluttered, but it's yeah useful and yeah that's going to make it a lot easier to look at the right combinators. Thank you. I didn't know that was a thing. Right. Why are you still here? Probably because you're still refueling. But let's check that. So, oh, and I needed to make this check how much Naquitite it's got as well. So if equal 0, then tick. Right, so what we've got here, we've got iron is more than 1,000, output 1, so it is. Sulfur is more than 1,500, output 1. I need to change those numbers. This should be 1,200 and what did I say for the other one? 1,800, I think. No, and 1,800. And you're in wherever we are. Yes, yes, yes. You're waiting for 5 ticks, and you've got 1, 2, 3. Over here. Here we go. So it's got 99,000. Yeah, that should be all right. And that's got. So these are all outputting ticks. Have I not wired? Oh, I've not wired these two up. Right. Anyway, this should actually be 6. So it's a good thing it didn't go, because I actually want to set that as like that, and then I want to wire it up to the input there like that, and the I guess. Oh, I see. Yeah, those are wired up. That to that, to that, to that, and now it'll disappear. Bloomp. Gone. Right. Um, it's just occurred to me I didn't check how much heat that had left before it left. Aquifer. Oh, still not. Yeah, it's used 300 out of 5,000, so like 5%, bit more than 5%. What? Why have you run out of power? What? Oh, crap! These tanks are overfilled. That was supposed to stop before it gets to that point, and apparently it didn't. Okay, well we'll just flush that out. I shouldn't have done that. I should have dumped it from somewhere else. Anyway, right, let's fix that before we go any further. Um, yeah, so you only pump if there's less than a. Oh, so that's a 85, 75,000. Um, yeah, so there's a tendency, and I think I've noticed I've seen this problem elsewhere as well, and that hasn't been the first time I've had to do that. So what happens is you fill all these up to sort of to 95% with the idea that, well, that way I've got a bit of headroom on the tanks, so I don't need to worry. So it'll only give back 99% of the water it takes out, so it'll always be okay. But then these finish doing a cycle that they were part way through just before it landed, and they dump out a thousand water, and then everything breaks horribly, and it's all a mess, and you go, for goodness sake. So yeah, that was that was not entirely successful, but at least water is one of the things you can just dump, so that's okay. Right, this is now going to fly back out to the Naquium place and dump the iron and the sulfur out to make a load more acid. We'll do a load more mining, and hopefully then this will come back fully loaded without me needing to do any other shenaniganery. This hasn't filled up. That's annoying. I forgot to think about that. I'll take a look at that next time it comes back, I suppose. Um, because well, there's not a lot of yeah. Why didn't that fill up? It's got the requests. Oh, I bet it's not inside a. Oh no, it is inside a logistics network. I bet the problem is that the logistics network was too far away, and by the time the bots got over here, there was. Yeah, let's disconnect this from the. There's a lot of construction bots. I don't want all of those. Let's disconnect that from the rest of the logistics network and put it in here. If I put that. Oh. All right, if I put that there and then pull up this one and then put those construction bots back in here as well, like that. Now this is its own private network. It needs some logistics bots, so it can have all of them actually, and those will load that up here. Now, why are you not running? Oh, you haven't got any nanomaterials. How many do you need per thing? 10. It's not too bad. We are requesting. Okay, so if we come down here now, ha. Okay. Oh, right. I need to do my logistics networks very carefully because I've got one of them loading that machine up, and then I've got another one taking things out, and I want them to be separate. That's going to be difficult. But down here, we have the nanomaterials. We can do that, and we can put down a red chest here, and we can say you insert until nanomaterial is when nanomaterial, sorry, is less than 50. Oh no, that needs to be a filter one. I mean, I say it needs to be. Technically, it doesn't because we can just fill this up with this stuff as well, but I don't want to. Um, but yeah, you do need to have the logistics network connection and the nanomaterial less than 50. Right, there we go. Second time lucky. Oh, didn't think of that. Hmm. He seemed to say. Right, okay. Better idea. Pick those up. Put them... I can't put them in here because this piping is in the way. I mean, I could just put it down here, I suppose. Like this. I mean, yes, I totally can do it underneath, but it's sort of kind of it's not quite right because it might get in the way of might get in the way of when I want to put in more of other machines. But no, that's fine. And then what I'm going to do up here is pick up that and that and that and do that and say I want the contaminated scrap to come out on the left. Then we can do that and that and that. There we go. Disposal chute. Still not actually going to be. If this gets all of the demand, that's still not going to be enough. What I should actually be doing is taking out the scrap somewhere else. Because I can't rely on the demand over here, or alternatively, putting this after the filter. Yeah, all right. Let's do this then. And have that. There we go. Right, that'll work. Okay, now the complicated bit, the bit I was saying, oh dear, this is going to be difficult, because I need bonk. I need to get that nanomaterial up here. So that means I need to have this about here. Where was it? This needs to be here. Like so, in order to do the deliveries. And then this one, where's my mouse? There's my mouse. This one needs to be about here in order to not link to it. Oh, I hope I've kept the oh, and it also needs to be over here so as not to interfere with the spaceship. However, that's not going to work, I don't think, because if we look at the dumdy Naquifier, that point I put it comes down to about this point, and the green chest is down here. So let's put that green chest up here. It's going to be a longer flight for the bots at the other end, but it is going to work, and that's the important thing. I think. I think it's going to work. Hope it's going to work. We shall find out. Anyway, the next important thing is to get on and talk about this spaceship here, which has now successfully loaded. Right. So we've got chest full of Naquitite. Good. So this needs to fly off to Tulip. I believe it is ready and raring to go. I need to do the thing to stop it overloading though, but I'll do that once I've had a couple of shipments go out there just to make sure I've got my buffers set up and filled. So let's see. I think this is all okay. So we've got a tick coming out of here, we've got a tick coming out of here, we've got a tick coming out of here. You're saying 3 ticks, so you're outputting everything. Good. Presumably if I set that to 4, just checking how this. Okay, it doesn't actually change that. It just only shows when you mouse over it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so it is outputting all of the relevant signals. It just hasn't gone anywhere because the ship's never gone anywhere, and it doesn't until you it won't leave for its first trip automatically in case bad things happen. TM. But I think it's ready, so let's send it off and see what happens. I do need to be there at the other end, but I'm going to take my personal ship out over there and do because it's faster basically, and because I want to do something else as well. Specific. Oh dear. Oh no, this warehouse is filled up. Sort of hoping that wouldn't happen. But clearly it has. I'm going to need to put in another one. Let's just put in another one here. Not do anything particularly clever about it. Just that and that. And maybe stop being quite so greedy with the amount of stuff I bring up from Norvis. Oh, and link it into that network. There we go. So that's 750 those mining drills up here now. And I think it's going to be more like 800 or 900 by the time they're all loaded up. Good grief. Hope that doesn't matter. No, that's fine. This is all linked together, isn't it? I mean, no, it's not. Oh no, no wonder I'm getting so much junk being brought up here. There's a break in my kit. Oh. Um. There we still don't go. Oh, it was that one. That's supposed to be linked to there, and it wasn't. Right, so that's why I've got massive quantities of crap, because none of the stuff that was in either of these, none of the stuff that was in this warehouse counted towards the supplies that I have up here. So it was just bringing up more and more and more of all those things. Oh. Right. So let's check this out. This is linked to that, which is linked to all of those down there. I'm just looking for basically I'm looking for the pink cables at the moment because you can tell by if they're pink, if they go light red when you hover over them, then they're all linked together. So you can be happy about it. You know it's all good. It's linked up to there. Mostly I care about whether this is linked all the way back to the sort of the central point up here, which it all is now by the looks of it, and to the transmitter. Yes, so that does seem to now be okay. Ah, that's annoying. Annoyingly stupid. No wonder things kept filling up and overflowing and bringing me ridiculous quantities of all kinds of stuff. Right, so what I wanted to do was head over to here and grab a lot of these. Now, what is how many is a lot? Let's have a look at Kalidas. How many have I got at the moment? 523. So let's bring another 523. All right, let's bring another 960. Like that. I think I've got plenty of pylon substations. I probably haven't got enough space platform scaffold though. So let's go and unload all of these into the ship because my inventory's full. There's my ship. One of my ships. So you can have them. Then I'm going to need an enormous quantity of scaffolding. So let's see. Each one of these is, what are they? Are they 4x4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So it's 16 times 1,000. So you need at least 16,000. I need at least 16,000. Crikey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's about 7,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's very nearly 7,000. Let's turn this off for now. 7,000. I am sometimes astonished by the sheer quantities of stuff you carry around in this game sometimes. Let's get another 7,000. And another well, actually maybe there's some in here already. Nope. And another 7,000 for good measure. I'm not going to use quite all of it, but I'm going to use nearly all of it. That is 3/4 of the space scaffolding I had stored up here in orbit. That's a bit crazy. Okay, so first things first, I'm not actually going to go there. Oh, if I'm going to go there though, I'm going to take the bits and pieces with me to make another um lasertron. What are they called? Whatever they're called. Where am I making those? Why am I asking? Why am I not just demanding? Because I don't know if I'll get them. Down here, okay. No, not down here. That's just the receiver, I think. Yep, just the receivers there. Okay, I know I was making the transmitters somewhere as well, but that might have been something I ripped up when I was doing my modernization. Um, don't see them. Hmm. Let's try summoning. Oh, let's turn that off and try summoning some and see what happens. So for this, I will need a all of the things. So I need a beam emitter. I'll take 2, of which I don't have any. I'll need an energy beam chamber, of which I shall need 2, but I'll ask for 3 anyway. I shall need injectors, of which I shall need 5. So I got 1 of them and 2 of them. Okay, so I need to start building those before I go, and all 3 of those before I go. That's not a problem. I have a place where I do things like that. So I'm going to go off and do the Naquium thing first, though, I think, because I want to get Naquium sort of just starting to process. So we'll ignore what I've been saying. I'll come back here because it's not... coming back to Norvis Orbit is cheap because it requires very, very little fuel. Right, so I want to go to Tulip. And I'm using this ship rather than the other one I was using earlier because this one can land on planets and moons and so on. Station providing space platform scaffold. Is this supposed to be? I'll worry about that in a bit. I want to go and look at Tulip now. This may only have 3 boosters on the back, but it's and go at a total speed of 73. But that's plenty for flitting around inside the solar system. As you can see, we're on our way. What's the Oracle? Oh, that's this one. Why are you not going? I've set you targets. You're supposed to have been set to go to Tulip. I'll set it manually for now, and then be a bit concerned later because I did launch it manually, kind of. So see whether it works properly later. Go. In fact, let's have a look at this while we're on our way over anyway. So here we have, which is this is the outbound. So we're telling it to go to a moon called 1138, which is Tulip, and to lift off and go fast. So that should be okay. It looks fine. Don't know why that didn't work. And you are connecting to, what was it, number 15, wasn't it? Yeah, 15. Okay. It's only going to take a minute and a half, well, a minute and 3/4 to get to Tulip now. Okay. You notice there's no shield on the front of this one. It travels so slowly that the bank of lasers I've got across the front of it is plenty to keep it safe. Also, it's an older design from before I had shields. Can I? If I can find it. Where is it? Oracle. Um, it's got 11. It's got 1.1k coming out of it. That could mean anything. Oh, okay. Moon. 11. Well, it says 1138 in there. It doesn't say anything about Tulip. But I'm reasonably happy it's correct. Hi David, welcome to the stream. Yes, here I am. Running a stream a day late today because real life took over my life, as is often the case. I've managed to shield the streams reasonably well from it over the last year or so, but every so often I have to things get in the way. So as for your benefit and also for the benefit of anyone else who doesn't know, there won't be any streams next week because it's show week, and therefore I shall be on stage instead of performing for a different audience, should we say? Probably a slightly larger one as well, I have to admit. But still, it's yeah, it's good fun either way. Yes. Where am I? Yeah. So heading out to Tulip now to check how to make sure the Naquitite unloading goes as it should. Anchor. Where is a safe place to put this ship? That's the first question. So I want to be up here because this is where all the Naquium processing is being done, but I also don't want to be in the way. I think here is probably a good place to park. Plunk. Okay, and I then need to choose somewhere for the other ship to land. So it's going to unload the Naquitite ore into here, and it's going to load the Naquium ore from the Naquium ingots from here. So I think that probably means I want it to land about here, and then I just run a belt down like that, and then run a belt in like that. It's not a particularly big ship. Let's take a look at it and copy it, and then I can paste it down here and see where it looks like a good place to put it. It had a silly name. It was the Oracle, wasn't it? So we're now starting to name spaceships after GTA vehicles. So that's what the ship looks like. Go back down here. I'm not actually going to paste it in. I'm just going to use this to judge roughly where to put it. And exactly where I put it doesn't matter. So about there should be fine. So if I put put in the clamp about here, that's also fine. Like about there. And you are to be a 15 of clamps. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Yeah, we've been rehearsing for a few months now, so that's going to be okay, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. There's just a few rocks in the way. Maybe the spaceship will crush them when it lands. I've always been a little bit curious about that, so we'll find out. Yeah, we've been rehearsing for a few months now, so I think the show should be pretty good. If anyone happens to be in sort of vaguely in the Surrey area and wants to come along to a panto, then yeah, please do. It'd be a bit weird to merge my audiences, but it would also be pretty cool. Okay, that should get built. Can't do much more on this until the ship gets here because I don't know exactly where it is and what shape it is and other important questions like that. Oops, that should be that way. Let's see if it's hit. Is it on its way? Oh no, it's not parked. Have I? Oh, I've not linked up to the input of the spaceship. That's why. Derp. So this has, yep, all of the signals I could want. Link up to there, and it lands. Nice. So this is taking on these things. So we're unloading those rather. Are there no blue belts on this planet? I mean, it's not the end of the world if there aren't. I can use space belts instead, but I feel like I might as well use the blue ones if I can. Maybe not. There's a station here somewhere. Here we go. Here's my station full of stuff. No, loads of yellow belts, but no blues by the looks. I've got some reds in there, 12 of them. Alright, looks like I'm going to use space belts. That's fine, doesn't matter. They are more expensive, but I'm at a stage of the game where that doesn't actually matter. They're cheap enough that I don't care. I haven't set the filters on these things. Or on, oh, it's blacklisted. That's fine. But let's do it properly. Let's set this to Naquium ingots like that, and down here to Naquium ore. Oh, I can just copy these. Right, the system is flowing. Now, as I said, there's going to be a problem with it bringing in almost 3 times the amount of ore that's required to make a ship's worth of ingots, because the ingots stack no, sorry, the productivity modules in here mean that I produce about 2.8 times as much ingot as I do as I take in ore. But that's okay. At the moment, I'm just going to let this fill up a bit. That said, this is going to fill up to about 2/3 full, which is quite a lot. Oh, but then it'll filter through and this will fill up as well. So we'll be able to have two ships. I reckon we can have two ships come through with excess quantities like this. And just pump and just go, yeah, we don't care, we'll just put loads, we'll just let these buffers fill up. And then after that, I'm going to need to put in a thing here that turns the belt off here when there's more than 512 5120 divided by 2.8. 5120 divided by 2.8 is, so when there's more than 18,025 or 18,028, sorry, 29. Let's call it 1800, no, 1800, sorry, 1850. Now I was just going to stop this belt running at that point, but that would mean that we then wouldn't fill the spaceship up, so that's not ideal. Oh, and speaking of things that aren't ideal, this is going to take off again from the other end. Assuming I set this to the, I chose 2000 apparently. It's going to take off when this isn't quite full. Sorry, when this hasn't finished emptying, I think. So I need another thing in here to say and, no, or. That sounds like I'm just using logic in a really weird way, doesn't it? But yeah. So I need to do that, but I set it to 0. I don't have any though, of course, and I don't have the bits to make them because I never carry circuits around with me anymore for some reason. Probably because they're too useful. Right, okay, so that's this done, in inverted commas. It's fully unloaded, that's good. It's all gone into here, it's all flown round and round and round and round and round. That's odd. Unless I've done my maths very wrong, because there's a lot less in there than I was expecting. I was expecting this to get up to. Is it? Does it not? No. Yeah, because that's basically nearly all flowed through. And yeah, okay, there's a bit round here, but there's not a huge amount. That's a. All right, time to have a look at these numbers again because that ain't right. So, Naquitite. This is the stuff I'm bringing in. 4 of those makes 1, so it's 4 to 1. So take 4 to 1, 2 to 2, so it's still 4 to 1. 2 to 1, so that's 8 to 1. 8 ore makes 1 naquium powder. Oh, 80 naquium powder makes 1 ingot. Right. Oh my god. Okay. So this 2.8 times thing in here is a complete red herring. It doesn't matter at all. We actually need to wait for this to get up to, well, it matters, but so we're going to have, let's see, we're going to have 5,120 coming in, multiply it by 2.8 and divide it by 80. That means we should get about 179 pieces out. And we've got about double that. But that might be because there was some already in here. 170? 5,000 makes 170. Really? That's horrific. Times 2.8 divided by 80. Yeah. Jeez. That's really, really bad. I mean, I knew Naquium was going to be a bit of a mission, but I didn't realize it was going to be quite this bad. Okay then. Well, I need to flip that logic round then. I need to say if you've got at least that. No, I don't. I need to say if you've got more than 180, 175, jeez, then go. 100 jeez. I can't believe. Yeah, I mean, I was. I'm not going to say I was okay with, but I'd sort of, when I thought it was about 1 to 1, I'd sort of gone, okay, then it's going to take a lot of, I'm going to be transporting a lot of stuff around, but I think that's manageable. But for it to be that inefficient, crikey. Well, I shall be transporting that ship shall be doing a lot of shuttling backwards and forwards with trying to get me even tiny amounts of Naquitite up to my over to my space stations, I guess. Yay! Right, let's get back to Norvis orbit and get some of that beamy, powery, goodnessy stuff set up and being made as it should be. So what I'm going to need to do, actually, I might be able to do, at least get started on this remotely. So let's have a look at the Norvis orbit. So down here, we've got all this stuff. We want to put in a load more of this, and we'll see how much of it the robots will do, and maybe put in some more roboports as necessary. My bus is getting kind of wide over here, so this is going to use enormous quantities of scaffolding. But let's put a bit in there anyway. How far out do you reach? Not very. So you need another one of these here, which means I need to put down some, not that much. Shrink, 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 dum, 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 dum. About that much. That will get placed. Right, okay. We need to have at least one more of these, probably 3 more of these for the 3 different things I need to make. And then we'll have a look at the ingredients and see how many of these I've actually got all the parts I need in order to make them. In fact, we can do that before we start trying to build them. They'll be in here. So I need to make, where are they? Yeah, I think yeah, that's a good point. I think having seen what the Naquium is like, I think you're right. It's going to be worth making at least some tier 6s and then getting those in there. I think tier 6 I can do without too much difficulty. I think I've even got a setup built to do that. Right, these things. Processing units, yes, check. Superconductor cable, check. Aeroframe bulkheads, check. Heavy girders, check. Glass, check. Right, okay, so I've got everything I need in order to make this thing, this energy beam transmitter. Good. Superconductor aeroframe, heavy girder, glass, yes. Processing superconductor, yes. Okay, awesome. I've got everything on the bus. I need to make all these things now. Yes, but I need to have some Naquium, which I haven't technically got yet. I mean, okay, I've got a handful of the ingots, but basically haven't got any. Right. So given that these are all the same things required for them, is there some clever way I can do this? Like, yes, let's do this a different way. Let's pick up those. And put in some of this, but going downwards, and I'll have a little mini bus going off the side of the main bus, like this. And then put more of these machines in down here, and then try desperately to remember what it was I needed for this system. That was aeroframe bulkheads, but it wasn't batteries. So I guess, well, I can split this. I can. Oh, I'm probably there by now. I am in fact here by now. No, J. That's the key I'm looking for. Whee! And over here. Right, so we have 1, 2. Oh, can't put the third one down yet. Okay, let's not worry about that then. So I want to split this to get the just to get the aeroframe bulkheads out, which is these ones. Don't want those batteries, but I'll have to go somewhere. And then right, let's see what do we need for these. And there's superconductive cables and blue circuits. They're over here though. And it'd be quite nice to sort of try and extract the blue circuits and superconductive cables from here, but this is all a bit tight and awkward, so I'm not going to. I'm just going to bring them in again. Oh, we've got glass right here. Let's do that one. I can have this come down here and join that. So we'll have those two there. So that goes there and there. Bring that one along here. Then next we need, as I say, blue circuits and superconductive cables. There's blue circuits, there's superconducting cables. This should be there, and then we have a splitter in there, so that can go both ways. Where do we want it? We want it about here. Okay, so if I do this and say just the superconductive cables downwards, and forget that for now. So I'm going to put another one of those in there like that. That means we have that coming there and there, and then we go underground. So that means I need to get these. Typically, they're in almost exactly the wrong place. Let's just be lazy and do this. And then we need lots of underground belts here like that. This one actually stayed okay because I didn't go up in the end. That, that, yes. And we don't need one there because that's an intermediate lane thing. Oh, and I made it in the wrong place. Of course I have. Come out here. Right, so that's processing units, superconductor cables, airframe bulkheads, and glass, but not heavy girders. So I need to find heavy girders as well, which are here. Right, let's do this backwards this time, so I get these in the right place. And once again, let's do the nice split thing where I just take out the one that I want, which is not that one, which is that one. Output to the right, yes. And then I can put belt like that, and a splitter there, and that can just carry on like that. That's fine. Rotate that one and that one, and then down here we now have all the things we need for all of these. So that was that one, and that one, and that one. So what we want along here is we have the three belts coming along. So yeah, that one goes coming from there. That one can be a long-handled inserter, and then this one can be done with a splitter like that. And then we'll have another. Oh no, wait, I don't even need the splitter. Or that. If I make this one go underground, like that, then I can do this, this, and also this, and then program them in a moment. So we take that, put that down for each machine. Blump, blump. These are outside the network, but I can deal with that in a moment. So you are making the beam emitters, and I want to unload until I have, let's say 5 of those. Just it's a bit high, but 5 is a number anyway. You, I want to unload until I have those. I want, let's say 10 because I feel like I'm going to need more of those. Probably not that many more actually, but never mind. And I'll say 10 as well for these. No, actually 20 of these and plan for the future, you know. And then I need one of these along here like that. And now I can brought things. Hurrah! So I've now got none of these still, but I've got 2 out of the 3 of these and 2 out of the 5 of them. Okay, so this is working nicely. I think maybe that should be a stack inserter, but basically it's working. I'm being brought stuff. What am I being brought? Oh, belts. Okay, that's fair enough. Take that away and that away and that away and that and that and that and that and that and that and that. Just get rid of all this junk out of my inventory, please. Right. I believe these are all working. They should, yeah, products finished 1, finished 2, finished 0. Is that because you're not happy or just because you're greedy? Greedy, okay. 1,000 glass, bloody hell. Um, I'm just going to leave that running, I think, because yes, I do need to have a lot of, I do need a lot of the, well, I do need these to get built, but I don't think I need them to get built in enormous quantities now, except that I want to go off and do stuff with them. So I think I'll just leave that for going for the time being. Let's have a quick look and think about the Naquium supply, though. How are we doing over here? So obviously this ship is off on its travels. This one has hopefully returned and gone again. Yes, because we've got 435 in here now, so that's good. That does seem to be working. Let's have a look at the map. Fuelia is on its way back to Asalia for more fuel. That's good. Tulip, we have 2 spaceships anchored on Tulip. How are you doing? Okay, you're waiting for the Naquitite to dribble through, and that's probably fair. How much have you got? 64. What? Did you not? How have you only got 64? Where is it all? Yeah, that should have come out. I wasn't watching it, granted, which is possibly foolish, but this should have come back with a lot more than six. Should be have a lot more than 64 available. It should have filled. So well, it shouldn't have left until that got up to 2,000. Uh oh, that needs to be 5,100 and 20 technically, but I'll call the 20 a sort of a gimme. Okay, so yeah, this is screwed up this particular time. I can set that to be like 75 and it'll launch. And then I'll need to set it back to slightly more so it'll work properly next time. Damn it. All right, so that's set to 5.1. This is set to 175. Yeah, I should do. If there's a little bit more, it'll find its way onto this belt, and we'll end up taking it anyway. So, and this bit over here as well is extra. So, probably be all right. Probably. And over here, you've still not made any because you're still waiting for all of these bajillion of everything to come through. Superconductive cables are being either not made or made very, very slowly. Where does that happen? Not this far. Ah, here we go. Oh yes, it's this one. This is a bit. This is very, very slow, which is why I whacked it full of speed modules. But it's still very slow to make superconductive cables. It's a 30-second recipe. So even running at 2.6 times speed, it's still taking a while. Okay, I'm just going to leave that and not worry about it because it'll finish eventually. Right, so yes, we're talking about productivity modules, and that is a very, very good point. So a prod 6, we've got 15 of those actually, gives me a productivity boost of 14% as opposed to the 8% I get from a 3. So it's not quite twice as much. But it's going to boost it from being 2.8 to being like 5 times the amount. So it's not quite going to double the amount of Naquium I get through, but I think that's probably going to be a worthy use of it. So how many of these am I going to need? That's the first question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 35. 55. Write this down before I try and put another number in my head and lose that one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 21 for some reason. 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 41, 42, 43. Oh, hang on. 64. And they take 3 each. So I need 247 productivity modules for this thing. Now, the first putting them into these machines and these machines would be the starting point if I don't have enough, and then filling these ones up as the afterthought, because there's fewer of these machines, and the percentages will scale across it nicely anyway, in the same way anyway. Right, so 247, and I have 15. Christ. Right, well, this is stopped because I don't have any machine learning data in these machines. I don't have any prod mods in there. I don't have the prod mods. Okay, so I'm going to need more broad biological catalogs and biological catalogs and machine learning data. A lot of each of these. Because I got 230. 230 times 236 means 600, 700, whatever, 750, 755s, 750 Mark 5s, and therefore 2,000 Mark 4s. Gee, bloody hell. I mean, you just don't really think of the way these things scale up. Or at least I have to admit I don't. Well, that's all of them. I'll have to do for now. Let's go down and nick some biological stuff. So it was the basic catalogs. That's these ones. That isn't going to be anything like enough. Nothing like enough. And then was it the tier 2 catalogs? Was it tier 3? Let's check. What? Oh, blimey. These. Wait, what? Oh, machine learning. Machine learning data. Oh, vulcanite. Okay, but that's fine. That's over there. Vitamin extract is probably over there. Well, it is over there anyway. Biological catalog 1, biological catalog 2. That's plenty, but never mind. Right, bring it all back, and up here. Whew, these modules are expensive, and this isn't even considering the cost of making the tier 3 modules. Right, so I only got 3 stacks of these. I mean, you haven't even got 3 stacks of these. In fact, I brought over far more of these than I need and far fewer of everything else, just because that was what I could get hold of. Oh well. you run out of vitamin extract? Yes. That I have up here, just up here because it's been brought in by train. I want the extract, which is this. Nope, not that one. This one? Yes, this one. Oh, bonk. That was for this step, wasn't it? Yes. And so probably this step as well. Yeah, it's not got very many. Right. Well, that can chug away from. What are you missing? Oh, you're missing vitamelange. No, not vitamelange. Vulcanite. It's being brought over at least. Let's bring some over myself just to speed things up a bit. It's you. I don't know why I went for 4 rather than 3 there. Just clicked wildly, really. These ones. No. Yay, 17. Oh, there's so many slow things here. Let's take those 50 of those down here because I think that was one of the things we're sure. Oh no, it was the conductivity cable, superconducting cables that were the real problem, wasn't it? These are not so much of an issue. We'll put them in there anyway. 136 out of 200. This is going to be a slow process, especially as this one requires them as well, and it needs 50 per, and this one needs another 100 per. Jeez. Okay. Next thing is going to be to make more superconductive cables, I think, because I need far more of those than I'm getting from this. What's the best way to do that? I guess it's going to be extend this downwards and put these underneath other machines. I don't think I need a huge number of those. I know this is probably going to be famous last words, but I'm going to hope. Yeah, so I can put these in down here and then do the same sort of thing. There's only two belts worth of things going into it, so that's going to be fairly easy to put together. And the requirements aren't particularly steep, but we do need to get coolant in there as well. So it's going to be slightly more complicated. This isn't going to be enough of this stuff. Oh yeah, I've turned off requests for that. How much have we got? Oh, okay, it's a bit more. That'll go a bit further down before I run out of green coverage. It's not too bad. But now I do have to wait for the bots to bring it all over, which is a bit slow, as we all know. So it's only it's only 10:30. It feels later. Right. So now we can put in down here. We can have. This is much wider than it needs to be. So we're going to have 2 belts in, 1 belt out. Oh no, we're going to need pipes in as well. Actually, come to think of it. So pipe, belt, gap, pipe. Okay, there's a gap in there. Pipe, belt, gap, margin of error. Another margin of error because it's practically at the bottom. There we go. So put one there, one there, one there once the scaffolding arrives. Yeah, we can copy and paste those two once this is done. Yeah, let's just pull that up. And that. And that. Right, so, crap. Put that, I can't put that there and get a belt out from there. This is tricksy. How am I going to get, I suppose I pull up that, and then I put in the splitter there, and then pass this round like that. And that can be an underground pipe like that. And then we've got 2 of the belts coming down like this. Um, and then we do the underground thing again here, like that, in order to get it out onto this belt. Comes up, goes under those. Let's make that one the underground belt. Yeah, like that. Like that. There we go. Okay, and as I did before, no, you can be 3, you can be that one too, because it's got all the useful stuff. In fact, let's swap those over. There we go. Right. In, in, out. Check it all about. Okay, so that's that part. Then we have the crap. The fluids. The spaghetti, but it burns. How am I going to get the coolant in here? Yeah, this is the coolant. This is the warmant. Too much spaghetti already. I need it to come in here. There's plenty of room here. Like that. Oh, well, like that. So I guess I can have it come up there. Oh dear. No, no, no. Wrong. I'm gonna have to go and find that in a minute. Here, you can have all of these things. I don't want them. And then like that. It hurts when I do things like that. It really does. But sometimes you don't have much of a choice. All right, so we want this to come up. Is this the cool? Yes, this is the cool. So we want that to come in there. Therefore, we need to have underground like that and like that. Oh, that's the wrong way. There we go. And then pipes there and there and there and there. How big have I got? Have I got? I haven't got. Surely I haven't got 15. No, I haven't quite. I'm gonna have here. No. What's that goes there. Okay, nearly there, I think. Just need to link that to here. No, just gonna do this. No, not. No, not. No, not. Bad. No. Okay, so that's gonna need to be there. Oh, shush, I don't care about any of this stuff. I'll worry about it later. And this can come over. Oop, this can come over here like that. Oh no, not like that. Fluids. Who was it was saying fluids are difficult earlier? Because you weren't wrong. Right, now I want you to make superconductive cables very, very as quickly as possible. I want to make a copy of all of this here, like that. And then we need to have an underground like that. Then we can copy all of this, I think. Put it in here. There's going to be a bit of linking up to do from this, but basics are about there. That needs to be a longer one than a 7. Oh, it was a 9. That probably doesn't need to be longer than a 9 then. I'm going to need more 5s and 9s and 3, 5, 7, 9. Yeah, more 9s. Okay, maybe that is right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are my robots even on? Yes, they are. I'm still right. There we kind of go. So we are now making it at not making it quadruple the speed we were before, because before I had a load of what do you call it? Speed modules attached as well. So what I'm going to do is I am going to fill these up with speed modules like that, and then I'm also going to stick a beacon in behind, about here maybe. How big? How much area do beacons cover these days? Uh, okay, so I could put it here and get all of them, or I could put it here and get the machines above as well. But none of those are making anything that I need particularly quickly. So let's put it here instead, actually, on second thoughts. The beacon. I can go there, and it can be not completely full of those. That's silly. It can be like that. So how are we doing for power? Okay, so we're using 300% power at this point, but it's only 15 megawatts, which is actually quite a lot of power, come to think of it. But yeah, we'll gloss over that. But we are running at 300% speed, so it's not too shabby. How did that look on the power consumption graph? What's that green spike? Oh, okay. We are using a lot of power for these then, compared to other stuff around. But we've got a lot of headroom, so I think I don't care. So that has more than quadrupled the speed I'm making these things at. I think I might actually put in another, like this. Bloop. Yeah, well done, bots. Let's do that as well. Um, and then I was putting in threes up here. I've run out of threes. Make some more threes. There we go. I was putting these in up here to join it in. There we go. Right, so now I just need to wait for the bots to come in and build all of that. Then I can paste it in again, and we'll make it at like 10 times the speed I was before. So that's pretty good. Alright. Waiting for the bots is a slow process, so I'm just going to do it manually, even though I did most of the waiting already. There we go, and put that in there, and now they'll come in and finish it off, I hope. Okay, just need the machines and the modules. So I think the bots can probably handle that. Let's go off and have a quick look at. Speaking of modules, let's have a quick look at the productivity modules over here. How are we getting on? Rocket fuel and it's a lot of. Most of that looks okay. 29. Good. So all that effort I put in, we've made up to 29, and we've run out of the machine learning data again. Oh, for goodness sake. That was a bit alarming. That gunfire just as I flew past it. Right. Okay. Let's see if we've made a little bit more of the machine learning data. In fact, I need to. Yeah, we have got a little bit more. No, not rocket fuel. Well, I do need rocket fuel, but I think I need to put this in a box, because just coming over and grabbing a big handful of it whenever I feel like it, not working out so well. Have a box, and I want you to grab the machine learning data, which comes in here. Yes, there it is. And I'll come back and get some of that later, because I mean I got like 133, and I needed thousands, I think. Um, yeah, it was 750 times 3, so two and a bit thousand of them. Crikey. Where are they? There they are. Nope, that's life support cylinder because everything moved. There you go, have some more. This is crazy. And so I only need 50. I only need 55 to get most of the benefit of it. So once I get up to 55, I think I'll head over and put them in place. But yeah, the rest of it is I say 55, only 55, but that's still going to be 150, 165 times 3 is about 300, 405, about 500 of the machine learning data. So about 500 of these modules. That is assuming it's one per. It is good. Okay. So yeah, still going to be 500 of these modules, 500 machine learning datas. It's a lot, basically. Is what I'm trying to say. It's this crazy sort of thing when you make modules, it just spirals wildly out of control. You start off going, yeah, okay, these modules are fairly only takes a couple of circuits to make a module. That's not too bad. But then you go, oh, for each tier 2 module, you need 3 of the tier 1s and some more circuits as well. Then for each of the tier 3 modules, you need the tier 2 modules and then a load more circuits. And then the tier 4 modules need those 3 circuits and then data, machine learning data and the data and then this and that and the other and then to make these ones you need 3 of those and even more stuff as well to make the tier. Yeah, it's just yeah. Basically, in order to make one tier 7 module, you need all of this stuff, which is kind of ridiculous. Blech. I know I didn't limit the chest. I just wanted to get loads and loads of stuff in it. Basically, I think I don't. Yeah, I think. Yes, 50 per stack would be about the 2000 that I'm going to want. But I'll probably go back again in a few minutes and see how things are getting on. Speaking of things getting on, I can't tell what's going on over here because there's no radar. So let's have a look in satellite mode instead. No. Oh, some of the some of the superconducting cables are making it past this machine because I'm using a long-handled inserter, and they're really slow. But we've got up to 45 out of 2. Oh, it started to make a second one. Okay. Um, let's do let's turn that off now because I've probably got how many have I got in my inventory? Because it's obviously bringing them over. I've got one. Okay, I did actually want two. All right, I won't turn it around. I'll put it back. Yeah, I haven't ooh, what have I got in my research facility at the moment? Yeah, I think I did go up to. Yeah, I've got tier 6 in here and mostly tier 6 in here. Um, so yeah, as you say, oh, 104% productivity apparently. Yeah, it is, but it is yes, that is pretty good. Using it halves the amount of science I need, so it's definitely worth it. And then over here, yes, I've got quite a lot of speed modules to compensate, including a couple of tier 9 ones, just to really give it that oomph. And that's giving me an overall speed of 87.5, which is 8 times faster than normal, and doing double the amount of productivity for each science pack that goes in. So totally worthwhile. That is true. I could go in and research these. Oh no, I can't research those. I've got the previous tier though. These ones. I can make efficiency 8, and presumably that means I can also make productivity 8. There's productivity 7. I could research productivity 8, but I mean that's going to require neural gel as well. Um, and the sevens and the sevens require. Oh, actually, they only require blue circuits. That's not too, and comprehensive biological catalogs. That's not too bad, but it's just the fact that it's also the 3 productivity module 6s, and yeah, the productivity and the modules tier 6 modules are also pretty pricey. I think I'm going to put some more. Oh, these have not happened. Are they outside? Are they outside construction range? Or am I just not making EM facilities? Or are you? You are one. Okay, that was having a stupid. Down here, are we out of construction area, or am I out of machines? There's the thing. Okay, the middle of it is out of construction area. Fine. Let's put another one of these in down here. like that. I'll get that built, and then I can actually, let's move this to here, because then I can come in and just do this again. Yeah. Oh, the oh, is that the right way around? No, it's not. It is here though. No, oh, what? Yes, that is right. And then there as well. So this way I should hopefully get the speed modules as part of the blueprint and the automatic placing and whatnots. Those are presumably though are going to be out of, yes, they are out of range of this thing. So I could, do I want to put in another beacon? I suppose I might as well. So I'd want to put that. That one's getting that one, so I want to put it here. Put that then here. Plunk, plunk. There we go. And we'll let the bots come out and do the. Actually, you know what? While I'm here, I might as well put in yet another one of these. I need to link this up as well. Help if I remember these sort of things, wouldn't it? Let's take a copy of. So it's the blue on the bottom. So I need to take a copy of all of that, including tiles and modules and just everything's. Put that there. Still missing a thing. Pick up some rocks while I'm here as well, because you know, just might as well be tight. Oh, there's a gap there, and paste that in there again. Um, Okay, that's now. I haven't even calculated how many times faster that's producing them, but it's going to be a good whack. So am I asking for? I'm asking starting for two of those. We're on 150. Okay, so there's still some way to go on these cables. I mean, they're coming through in decent numbers, but it's just such a greedy system. It just needs so many of them that we've not made anything else here. Oh, apparently I've got enough of these now. I've got all three of those that I wanted. That's good. What about these ones? Um, they're also missing these cables, and yeah, not got any. No, I've got three of those as well. Okay, this isn't going too badly actually. This is taking up enormous numbers of them, but then this is the sort of the business end of it. So yeah, ha, yes, just another 4,000 machine. Oh, these numbers scare me. It's like the old story about about 1 grain of rice on the first square of a chessboard, 2 grains on the second square, 4 grains on the third, 8 grains on the fourth, and just so on ad infinitum, all the way up to 2 to the power 64. At which point the king cuts your head off for being a smartass. How are we doing? 110. That's pathetic. I mean that machine up there was more than enough when all we needed this for was rocket science. But no, now I'm trying to make modules, and it's just, well, I've got 100 for you, and you go, oh, for goodness sake, I can't even find them. Here they are. Oh, it's run out of something else. It's run out of vulcanite. What? There's like an entire thing of it over here. How can you run out of vulcanite? Oh wait, no, they haven't. Oh, no, we've run out of something for the next step. Oh, we've run out of the the green stuff. This one. How are you holding up? Oh, you're fine. You just need the part catalogs and the and blue circuits. I wonder why this one is more complicated. This one is more complicated, and it requires the catalogs and the circuits and some goo. If it was just the goo, that would make sense. But to then require the goo and the catalog seems a bit greedy. But oh well. 30! Hurrah! So many things I'm waiting for. How is this going? 541. I think that means it's not going. Let's have another look at Tulip. Nothing is happening. How much have we got? 166. Okay, maybe my 175 was a little ambitious. Let's make 165 then, I guess. I mean, it's not like any's going to get lost, probably. But, yeah. Oh, the other ones will be the ones that are sitting. The other will be the ones that are sitting in the output stream, ready to be unloaded. 2 to the 64. Is that 10 to the 30? Right. Yes. So that's a lot of rice, basically, is what we're saying. Yeah, and I think the original version of the story was that the king said, "Oh, aren't you clever? You can marry my daughter," or something like that. I'm pretty sure Pratchett then tweaked it slightly to say the king just chopped the guy's head off and said, "Stop being a smartass," because that's probably a more likely outcome if we're being honest here. I don't know why I'm looking at these machines. I don't know why. Yeah. Which bits am I waiting for now? Actually, so I've got the two of those. I've got the three of those, and I've got 3 of the 5 of these. So that's going to allow me to have another 1 gigawatt and another 3 gigawatt beam set up. Once I've got the 5 of those. In fact, so yeah, let's do this for now. All right, you can have that one, but let the rest of them go past. In fact, you can let the rest of them go past as well, because it's just down here that it's more of these that I need at the moment. And they haven't. Were they? No, they're 100 cables each. I hope I don't find too many things where I need to do this massive expansion thing for, because if it's two things that are quite close together, like if I discover at some point that I need loads of these lattice pressure vessels, there isn't going to be room to do it down here, or I'm going to have to shift it across this way and then desperately hope that I don't need lots of. Well, I shouldn't need lots and lots of those. Yeah, but I think the basic system is pretty good. I could probably have compacted it a bit more if I'd cared, but no, I think it's okay. 39. And actually, there should be 3 of these machines and then 9 of these machines all feeding into one of these because they're probably about the same speed. But actually, I don't know if they are. This is a 16-second craft. This is a 32-second craft, and this is therefore presumably 64. Yes, okay. So actually, the proportions aren't as far out as I was suggesting. So one should have 3 divided by 2, so 1.5. So it's this one. This tier is okay, and then 9 divided by 4, so about 2 and a bit. So actually, yeah, I have actually got enough of these machines, given the crafting time, to keep this one running constantly, in theory. That's an interesting thing. Yeah, I can imagine without So if you're doing it without LTN, presumably you're using station limits to make sure that you only ever have one train going to any one place, and then here you'll have your stations turn themselves off, and you'll just have a beryllium train parked here constantly, and then a station says, "Hey, I need some beryllium," so the beryllium train is shoot off to deliver it, and then come back and park here again. I assume. I mean, that's how I'd do it without LTN anyway. Um, oh, you're doing it without trains? That's even braver. Yeah, yeah, not sure I could face that. I feel like trains are pretty much vital in order to keep the in order to move stuff around over the sort of distance. I mean, yes, you could do it with massively long belts, but yeah, go ahead. I'm curious now. uh, um, oh, is that all? Oh, it's all logistics bots then, is it? Or largely logistics bots? I can see a few belts in there, but not. It doesn't look like there's remotely enough belts in there to carry all the stuff around you'll need. I'm trying to avoid logistics bots in space I'm trying to minimize logistics bots in space because I don't want to, because they crash all the time basically. Hey, there we go, 5. Right, I'm out of here. Let's go off to ooh, if I'm going to I was going to say if I'm going to Kalidas orbit, I could take the new shiny fast ship, but I've already loaded up the old planet landable ship with all of the stuff I need in Kalidas orbit. So, yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. So you've got an area like this for each of your Oh yeah, oh I see. Yes, now you mention it. Yes, I see all the landing pads. Okay, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, I yeah, yeah, I can see how that could work. At least if you're in solar orbit or Caledon orbit, then you don't have to worry about power. Speaking of, let's go there and get some power. So I put everything in I need. Let's think briefly first. I've got an enormous quantity of this stuff because I know I'm going to need it, and lots of these because I know I'm going to need them. I've got I've got the things here, the facilities here to actually do the zapping. Yeah, I think we're all right. There's not much else you need for this thing. It's fairly trivial, a fairly trivial construction. It just takes enormous quantities of resources to build the damn thing. Don't know what these are for. Let's pick them up and just take the. Not that I actually need to worry particularly. Actually, it's quite a lot of container stress because I've got two warehouses in here. 865. That's interesting. Could have sworn I had some spaceship. Oh, maybe it's these tanks as well. I was going to say I could have sworn I had some spaceships that had 3 warehouses on them. Um, and if I'm at 865 with 2 warehouses and a few tanks, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can imagine. I've got my Kalidas orbit has how many panels did I say? We've got about five, just over 500, and we're kicking out 6 gigawatts. So, yep, the maths adds up. I That sounds about right. And of course, I'm about to go in and double it, so I'll be have about the same amount of power you've got. And then now the question is, how do I distribute the the energy beam injectors? Because I could have this one way up at 6 gigawatts, this and have 3 more at 1 gigawatt each. How much does Norvis actually use? Norvis, there it is. I mean, it's being okay. I was going to say it's being pegged, but actually, that's almost exactly the right amount of power because it's wibbling around up and down, but staying, but not actually. It's not going up. It's not going down. Is what I'm trying to say. The temperature is basically static. So presumably, apparently I'm using about 1 gigawatt, and that's just inefficiencies for you. That's pretty crap. um, in fact, oh, and I've got a load of solar as well that's producing a lot of the power. So I'm getting about 1 gigawatt out of these turbines, out of sending 3 gigawatts. That's depressing. Uh, Hang on. So we're emitting 3 gigawatts. Efficiency is 60 is about 2/3. So that means 2 gigawatts should be getting through to Norvis. When I looked at Norvis, this is basically static. Or maybe I can actually maybe I can just turn this. Could just turn this off. And it would. Sorry, I could. Yeah. Maybe this is just sort of there because it's being heated all the way up to 10,000, then a little bit's being pulled out. So yeah, what I can do is what I think I'll do is nick one of those injectors and put that on a different system. Oh, actually, it's night now. How are we doing now? So now we're producing 1.4 gigawatts from the turbines. Because my thought is, I want a really high power in order to charge up my spaceships really, really quickly. Um, so I might minimize what I've got on this, and then just put all of them onto the one that I use for charging spaceships up, because I don't want them to sit around for too long. This one's Myokin. Yeah, show me. And this one is. Oh, this one actually is sitting about still. It's going up very slowly, maybe. It's also quite noisy. Yeah, so here we're producing about 352 megawatt. Well, over time, because we've got nights as well to deal with, I suppose. Ooh, was that a run out of water? Perhaps must have been. um, yeah, so we're producing 350 to 420. So yeah, I think that's probably okay. I mean, that notably that's gone under 5,000. So if I put one of the new posh heat exchangers on there, it wouldn't be sufficient for it. Um, yeah, okay, let's dock or anchor, as it calls it, and plump. Right, so I could probably pull up one of these. In fact, let's cook Myokin a bit while we're here and faffing around. Get that up to temperature a bit faster. Okay, we don't have enough satisfaction now, but that's fine. I'm going to put down that there. Don't let me leave this place without picking up my inventory again, because I'll be sad. So I can hold 17,000. That's interesting. That's quite a lot. Bigger, 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 bigger. I think I've hit 17,000 in one drop yet. Now I want to make it about same size as this again, actually. So I'm not sure how big that is. Put on about that much. That's terrifying. Putting down this much. Not terrifying is the wrong word, but oh, that was only 6,000. I think I might have overbrought. Then I want to copy this and put it in again. Probably, I presume if I put it, where do I need to put it for the cables to join? There, okay. So put that there, and then pick up those. Oh, it's not so much that I overbrought as just that I have crazy amounts of. Oh, I don't have my bots because I put them in here. Not so much that I overbrought as just that I had put down a huge amount in one go without realizing just quite how much I put down. So how far out was that going to go? Okay, about yay far. I don't know if I can yay very well with the just eyeballing it, but that'll do. Am I still in? No, it's outside the radius of those. It's not really a radius, given that it's a square, but outside the coverage of those things. There we go. Oh yeah, and I need the pylons. There we go. Oh, and that's not exactly difficult to place down, but the amount of time and resources that went into making all those solar panels, jeez, almost doesn't bear thinking about. Right, so how much power have we got available now? 12. So we've gone from 6 to 12. So I have basically doubled it. Let's put down some more of this. You think you'd be able to just hold the button down and it would shrink constantly, wouldn't you? But I suppose you're not supposed to be able to put this much down in one go, because that would be because you're not supposed to have long reach. So you should be limited by how long your arms are. There we go. Put these in over here. I don't need that much space between them, to be honest. Put that one there, that one there. Get the bits. So I need, where are they? That, and that. Plump. Where are they firing? Okay, they're all firing at Norvis. Fine. Let's turn these off for a moment. Now, how do I want to balance this? I think this one that we're firing at Myokin, how hot's Myokin now? It's climbing quite quickly, okay. Let's go crazy on Myokin for a bit. Like that. 71% efficiency because Myokin is closer, so we're pushing a lot of power through here. It's climbing for some reason, not sure why. Oh, we're not fully satisfied. Okay, I'll go and put down some more solar panels because I have got more. I just didn't put them all down because I don't know. I ran out of coverage for the pylon. So let's put a few more of these down. And I think I'm gonna, yeah, let's put down the other sort of 7,000 of this because why not? At least until I run out of panels anyway. Let's put one in there because it bugs me that there's the gap otherwise. Have I run out of panels yet? No. Okay, I've got a lot more panels than I realised. I guess I better put down another strip of this stuff then. Why? Oh, okay. The bottom ones are out of range. That's why they weren't there. Fair enough. But let's pull those up because there's no point in having ones that aren't being used. In fact, let's pull up the entire row to here anyway. Let's pull up the entire row just for the sake of neatness. Sometimes I'm tidy. At least when it's the bots doing the hard work, I can be tidy. I feel like I should pick up these rocks because they're going to block some of the light reaching the panels, and also because I don't like the rocks being there. Ooh, nearly run out. So that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, and I've run out of jetpack fuel because I put my inventory, all of my inventory in that chest. Grr. Oh, there we go. I've run out of something. Nope. Wait, what got destroyed? Spaceship 28. How am I going to find Spaceship 28? I'll look in a minute. Oh dear. If it's lost a wall section, that means it's not going to be flying now anymore. How do I work out which one's Spaceship 28? Any ideas? Let's just show spaceships. I'm probably going to have to go on some sort of rescue mission to go and find this spaceship. 13, 12, 24, 29, 20, 28, that one. Right, so it's the one that goes out and gets the Naquium, because of course it is. Apparently the shields weren't quite good enough. Where's it picked up damage? Oh, down here. Oh! So despite having a laser down here, a rock managed to sneak in round the side and smack it on the side, smack the side of the ship there. Because in an area that the shields don't cover, because of course they don't. I was hoping this was going to be thin enough that would be okay. I mean, this area is hidden behind the shields, you'll notice, but the rock must have been coming in at an angle, and the ship wasn't flying fast enough to get past it. Oh, okay, that's worth knowing. Thank you. No, you can't. I'm gonna have to fly my other ship out to it to fix it. That's a bit ridiculous. Is there any way I can improve this? I mean, I can't squeeze any more lasers in without making the ship a bit bigger. I mean, I can make the ship bigger now, actually, come to think of it. So that is solvable. Put a laser in here, I guess, and a couple of lasers on this side. Hmm, that might be enough, but apparently that one there wasn't sufficient all by itself. That's annoying. Um, but yes, sounds like a rescue mission may be in order. Oh, there's no point putting them in. They won't go. They can't power. In fact, in that case, let's go back on what I just said, and I'm not going to go back with some. I'm not going to go back with some solar panels still in my inventory. I'll put them in down here. Oh, perfect fit. What are the odds? Um, yes, probably. In fact, yes, almost certainly. I just haven't. But potentially, I could put a Spidertron on another spaceship and send it out to that one to fix it. Assuming you can send a spaceship to one spaceship to another spaceship. Okay, is how toasty is Myokin now? Still only 5,800. I mean, it's going up nicely, so that's pretty good, but it's still only 5,800. Using 500 megawatts, and we're getting transmission efficiency of 71%, so we need to send an extra third over that, so we need to send 750, so that's two injectors. No, it's not, it's one injector. Still only one injector. It should be fine with one injector. Could give it two anyway, just for the hey, hell of it. Oh, no, apparently I can't put them in this close together. I can put them in this close together. So let's say two injectors is this. I don't know actually. No, that's overkill for anywhere other than. And then I can have this one with lots. So this one's Norvis, which I think is going to be okay as it like this. Yeah, that's ooh yeah yeah that seems to be just about okay. Ooh, okay, that sounds like a good reason not to put a Spidertron on the ship because it's bound to go wrong. Is this enough for Myokin? I think it should be. 73. Yes, that is creeping upwards very slowly. Yes, I'm happy with that one for Miyake. Actually, what time of day was it? It's creeping up during. It's about right. I'll keep an eye on it. Then I've got this one for somewhere else, perhaps Tulip's going to need more power actually because there's quite a lot going on Tulip. So I'll have this one for Tulip, and then this one can be used to charge up ships that need it. So for example, it's a shame you can't actually. Or can you beam it directly at ships? Yes, you can. Huh. So if I fired this one at a ship that was actually moving, like the Naquifire, it will go no, piss off. Charming. Okay, so apparently you can't fire it at ships. All right. But I can fire at Norvis orbit and charge up wherever I've left it this ship, which doesn't really need it, but um, just to get that topped up a little bit before I go. Okay, so not, but wait, it is a stranded ship. The Naquifire is a stranded ship. But it's not stranded because it's gone cold. It's stranded because it's got a hole in the wall. Oh well, don't care. Actually, this hasn't. Oh, I hadn't turned it on. That's why. Bloop. And then so we'll use this one for Tulip at some point once I've got this. Once I've got it set up over there. Right. Oop, boink. Get back in the ship. There we go. Okay, so we're done here now. We've got. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave a Roboport here and a yellow chest and some construction robots And I suppose some repair packs, actually, just in case. I shouldn't need the repair packs, but just in case. If I can find them, there they are. Not that many. But these are here, so when I decide I want to reconfigure this and have different amounts of power going to different places, I can do it without having to come all the way out here myself. It would be trying to move if it wasn't broken. I don't know. It's an odd sort of weird limbo state where it doesn't know what it wants to do. Right, let's get out of here. Back to Norvis orbit, and then from there we can plan the rescue mission. I say plan the rescue mission, I mean we can go on the rescue mission because it's not going to be exactly spaceship science. Nequifier, what are you? What speed are you doing? It's doing actual speed of 0. It's not even doing the sort of the limping along because nothing's been set on it. How far did it get before this happened? It didn't get very far at all. Ooh, do I have um anything useful in my any spaceship wall in my inventory? I do. Okay, let's just go straight there. This is going to be the easiest rescue mission of all time. It's only going to take 4 minutes to get there because it's still inside the solar system. Yeah, true. I could tell it. I could have it officially stopped rather than just technically stopped. I mean, it's not going anywhere. Look, the rocks are motionless. Damn rocks. Um, do I have any laser cannons in my inventory? I do. Okay, I might put some more of those in as well. Right. Okay. I don't actually care about firing the beam at it at the moment. It was more just a sort of, I wonder if I can thing, really. Does the does the beamer thing remember what ship it's been firing at and fire at it again if it stops again? Especially if it stops in the same place, like in orbit around a planet. I should probably fix these at some point. I need to get more uranium fuel cells and uranium-238, and scaffold should sort itself out. Why is there a station supplying space capsules? What? I'm not asking for. It's yeah, this station. It's got the thing flashing on it. I'm not asking for space capsules. I'm asking for iron, sulfur, and blank data cards. I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. I'll probably just run out of vulcanite. Sure. That's. Oh, and also crap. You're not wrong. That's supposed to be a green cable. Ah, thank you. Oops. Ah, no. Push the right buttons, Laurence. Space capsule. That one. I'm kind of glad I haven't ended up with more random things trying to be brought here. I guess space capsule is the only one that's negative. Right, so let's disconnect that because oops. And then reconnect it with green wire, which is what's supposed to happen along here. Oh, still wrong. Oh no, that's alright. That should be alright, I think. Yes. The red cable is still linked to that combinator, which is a bit silly, but it's not linked to the station, so that's okay. But let's tidy that up anyway, because otherwise it'll confuse me later. There we go. So we've got the contents, and we've got the contents of those chests. We probably shouldn't have the contents of those chests, to be honest, because they're not. They're just being provided to this. So actually, let's unhook that completely from the red circuit network. That was messy. There we go. What? Also, no. Right, there we go. So that's on the green network now, all the way along there. Yeah, yes, good. and the red circuit network goes across there. They both go to this particular power pole, but that's just so that I can. I was going to say it's so that I can look at it and see what's on the what signals are being transmitted, but I can't because the red ones are completely overwhelming the green ones. So yeah, meh, that's fine. But yes, we have indeed run out of these things, which presumably is down to the distinct lack of uranium on Norvis. So I think that's going to be something I'm going to need to look at some point, not in the not too distant future. Probably by going off to a uranium planet, which apparently is not. Apparently, a uranium planet is not a thing, but there are definitely some planets that have a lot of uranium on them. He says clicking like that one. Noctis apparently has. Well, it's got a threat level of 3%, but yeah, it's got like quite a lot of uranium, and it's got a mysterious structure on it. So that's sort of worth. Oh, it's around a different sun though. I only want ones that are around Norvis, thank you. I'm not going that far out. So like Mormo, for example, which has a threat level of 17%, it's a little bit more scary, but also seems to have a decent chunk of uranium on it, and also has a mysterious structure. So yeah, um, either that or I do the transmogrifying thing. Okay. Oh, I need to anchor. Oh, board Naquifer. Oh, I see. Oh, help. Stop. How do I get back on my other ship? I suppose I fly this one to that ship. Um, I want to. I guess I want to fly to. It's the bagel, isn't it? Uh, right, but I want to put. I was going to put in some more laser cannons first, since there's apparently a problem with that. Oh, climbed out of the ship. Uh, put one in there. Put a couple up there. A couple more up there. Another one there. I don't know. I really want another one down in this corner, so I'm going to have to. How shall I extend the ship? If I pull that up and put it there, then I put one here like that, and then I only need to put in one extra. I don't need to put in that much extra spaceship floor. This is going to make it not symmetrical, which makes me a bit sad. I suppose I could do the same on the other side, like this. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. I could even make it a little bit more streamlined by putting lines up there, but I'm not going to. Integrity check, please. Good, there we go. And I've still got 100% streamlined, so that's fine. I now need this to go off to Realm of. It is Realm of. Oh no, no! I didn't want you to go immediately. I hadn't clicked engage. I want you to go to the back to the bagel. I'll get off and then set it going. That's probably a much better idea. Where is it? There it is. Oop. When you say for that, I assume you're referring to the way the ship flew off without me with me on it. And I was going, no, I want to be on my ship. They're all my ships, but you know what I mean. No kidnapping. Right, now I can look back at the Naquifier. There we go. Now we can tell you to go to Realm of Shadows. Realm of Shadows. Off you go. Boosh. So, oh, I didn't put an extra laser in there, but I did put an extra load up here, so hopefully that'll be all right. And it's done this trip before and been okay. So, yeah. Maybe when it gets back to Norvis, I'll put in an extra couple of shield generators sort of down here just to protect the back wing things. It's having the same power problems as the other ship did, but in a slightly more ridiculous way, because it takes slightly longer to use up the power, I guess. No, it's just not producing power from anything. What? Now what are you whinging about? Oh, these are overfilled. Again. Oh, and it's been hit by another bloody meteor while I was, oh, while it was just drifting. uh, give me strength. Go to the aquifer. All right, don't go to the aquifer, but do actually go to the aquifer. Oh, good. I shall have a look at the clip when I've of my screams of dismay and despair when I when I finish the stream. Thank you. Actually, having noticed it's 11:30, I should probably finish the stream pretty much nowish. But having just had my ship break again, I suspect I should probably go in and fix it. Did I happen to bring any shields with me? No, of course not, because that would be, I don't know. It's just not a thing I expect to need for some reason. This ship is really slow. Are we way outside, practically outside the world, the solar system? Oh, we are a long way out, actually. That's why. Okay, that's why it's running slowly, and why it's taking a significant amount of time to catch up with an aquifer. If only I brought the fast ship. Oh well. Yeah, we are not producing enough power to to keep this ship running flat out here, because these are only producing 1.2 megawatts each, which isn't very much. Oh, are we there? We are. Tum-ti-tum. Fix, 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 fix. Oh, for goodness sake, I did it again. Stop. Also, am I getting left behind? That'd be even more tragic. Whee! Oh, smack. Straight into the wall. Alright, go back to the bagel. Board the bagel. Ooh, get in the ship. Float, drift. There we go, in the ship. Right, let's... I mean, it's still got the same problem. That's the concern. Where are we at the moment? Are we in an asteroid belt? Is that the problem? No, we're not even in the asteroid belt yet. Should be fine. But it's not. Okay, so I've solved the water problem, as far as I can tell. Need to go to Realm of Shadows. There it is. I wish I could bookmark. I should just type it in, shouldn't I? That'd work. Right. Let's keep an eye on it for at least a moment or two. Oh, yeah, you're probably right. Where did I have accumulators? Yeah, but you're probably right that I did. Yeah, I guess I should probably take out some of these extra laser turrets and replace them with accumulators. When it gets back, obviously. Um, and that, and nope, there's room there. Um, okay, basically every space on this ship is now taken up with something. Well, every 2x2 space has something in it. That'll probably be enough accumulators, I expect, hope, wish, pray. I'm watching you. Okay, no, that seems to be alright. I suppose another possibility would be to move the shield generators all the way out to the edge of the ship, so the shields stick out a little bit further. The shields would take more damage that way, of course, but they'd protect the ship slightly better. Okay, let's go home. And by home, I mean Norvis orbit. which is way up here somewhere. There we go. And it's going to take a while. So I think I'm going to call this an opportunity to call it an end of stream. Oh, I've no idea what I've done this time. What have I done? What have I done this time? Right. So yes, I've been all the way out to Realm of Shadows, and got that set up to. I got my Naquitite mining set up a bit more effectively, a bit more efficiently, hopefully a bit, just generally a bit better. This is now going to produce Naquitite a little bit faster, and therefore the ship's going to turn up, fill up a bit more quickly, and then be ready to head back out again. From there, it can take it all to Norvis orbit. He says, trying to remember how to play this game. Where it then gets unloaded from here into here and put into another ship, which takes it down onto Tulip, which has also not turned up again. How are we doing here? 726? I don't know. Does that feel like a number where the ship's running back and forth properly? I'm not sure. Was that it arriving? No, it wasn't. It was a different ship. Tulip. It sat there, and everything has stopped. How much have we got this time? 138. It's getting less each time. What is going on? I mean, it's turning up with 5,000, surely. I just don't know. All right, 135. I mean, 135 divided by 2.8 times 80 is, Laurence can't use a calculator. 135 divided by 2.8 times 80 is only 3,800. So is it not full when it set off? I mean, it's not supposed to leave if it's not full. I'll have to look into that because that ain't working as well as it should do. But on the plus side, we have some Naquium at least available. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Is that a thing? How do I do that? Oh, these priorities. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yes, or at least set a priority for every. I mean, in theory, these should be my priority places everywhere that I've been, but it doesn't include the spaceships I want to keep looking at. So it's not quite good enough. The spaceships all need to be bumped up to the top of the list. So maybe I'll give the spaceships all a priority of 1 or something. But yeah, that's a good idea. I'll have a play with that. Right, I did a lot of tinkering around in Norvis orbit. I'm sure of it. What did I do? What else did I do here? I obviously built this bit up. That was fairly recent. I gazed at these tanks here, which are now practically full. So that's working well, quite a lot. I can't remember what else I did today. Sorry, guys. I'll just have to put it in the video for next Friday or something. So yes, thank you for watching. The Twitch experiment has been quite interesting. It seems to have worked quite well in that I think I've had significantly more people watching than I normally do. Although I'll have to check the actual stats. In fact, I can do that now. I don't know if any of you are actually remotely interested in these numbers, but I seem to have got. Yeah, I reckon I've got a good 50% more than I normally do. 50% more viewers than I normally do what am I playing? Um, Yes, for a space exploration stream. So I think that's worth doing, and I'll probably stick with Twitch for a while. Thank you very much for watching. I'll be back on Thursday when we are hoping to finish off the Industrial Revolution stream, which is going to be basically you just need to launch a couple of rockets and do a bit of research, and I think we're basically there. It's just getting enough gold through and blue circuits through and that sort of thing. So we're very nearly there. Yes, there were many yaks. You're quite right. Then on Friday will of course be another Friday, no, Saturday there'll be a Sunday. I can't even remember my own schedule. Sunday there'll be another GTA video coming out. Please do watch those; they're great fun. And if you haven't already seen it, nip over to my channel and watch the new car video that I released last Saturday because it's exciting, and I'm obviously trying to get lots of views on my real life stuff because it's all good fun, really honest. Great. Yes, so thank you for watching. I'll see you same time next week. No, not same time next week. Not next week at all. I shall see you Tuesday, the week after next, for another space exploration stream when I shall probably try and do something with all of this Naquium that I've been scraping together. So yeah, it's been fun. I'm looking forward to playing some more. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.